Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to our Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021 Council agenda for the day. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declarations of interest. Councillor Roy D. Clemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. An interest in item K1 as the owners of Alliance Health, who are currently the tenants at 19040 Leslie, have been real estate clients of mine for a transaction in the spring of 2019. I don't know if there's a way for us to separate out the vote based on that tenant versus the Chamber of Commerce, but I do have an interest with respect to Alliance Health. Thank you.
Thank you. In the past, if a portion has been the issue, then you would have removed yourself for the motion itself, but I'll check with the clerk and see what she thinks maybe should happen.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just referring to item K1. Just bear with me for a moment. So the resolution has been crafted in such a way that it can't be split. So essentially, with respect to the Alliance Health section and the lease extension, that can be a split. And then with respect to the Chamber of Commerce, it can be a secondary motion. So we can split the two and separate so that Councillor Roy D. Clemente can vote on the Chamber of Commerce.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other declarations at this time? Seeing none, I'll move to our land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the land originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of Williams Treaty First Nation and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of the Mayor and Council, we would like to thank them for sharing this land. We would also like to acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as our closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. Today is November the 2nd, and we begin with a new character community attribute: fairness. I will treat others in a just, equitable, and unbiased manner. And the quote from Thomas Paine, character is much easier kept than recovered. Well said. I have a couple of community announcements to share today. Our East Gwillimbury Library held its annual Write-On contest last month. This has been held every year for the past 28 years. And I continue to be amazed at the great writing talent we have right here in East Gwillimbury. Congratulations to all the entrants and to the winners for sharing their amazing talents with us. Joined by all members of council, I attended the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce annual general meeting where I delivered a presentation on our town's initiatives. Thank you to the Chamber for organizing this event and to our local restaurant, Lion and Son, for hosting. It was very well attended and I know everyone really enjoyed their lunch as well. I also attended the Emily Park Redevelopment Simcoe Trail Extension Open House on October 27th. Thank you to staff for this event. Some great concepts, designs were presented and the public shared their ideas as well. Presentation is available online for those who are interested. And I would like to congratulate Barb Anschutz of the Trauma Center in Sharon. Last week, I attended the launch of her new book, Slay the Toxic Dragon, Police Leadership Impacting Member Wellness. This is an important book as it addresses many areas of toxicity in policing. The expectation is that this book will effect change and help leaders and members reach their potential. The book is co-authored by two well-respected retired police officers, and OPP Commissioner Tom Carrick wrote the foreword. And for a more personal announcement, I share that yesterday my mother celebrated her 99th birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. Thank you. And with that, we will move to our COVID updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations to your mom. And I understand your dad was 98 when he passed, so you've got some good genes and clearly could be looking at 3 digits in your longevity for sure. So again, congratulations to Merle. For today's update, the province, as we know, has been busy tactfully reopening, almost reverse of what was going on at this time last year. We seem to be getting openings. Remembrance Day ceremonies are going to be allowable. They're taking limits off gatherings for such things as holiday or Santa Claus parades to occur. And on that note, I think there's some timely updates to come from our COVID team. I will pass it over to Deputy Valchich, who will provide some of these updates with the team that are of importance to our community. So over to Deputy Valchich.
Thanks, Mr. Webster, and through you, Madam Mayor. I think, as always, I think the memo is fairly self-explanatory, but I will just provide a little bit of context. As CAO Webster indicated, we continue to see the province moving in a direction of gradually relaxing restrictions. There's some reference in the memo to some recent announcements at the provincial level of trying to have all of those restrictions essentially, removed by the end of Q1 2022. So that would be welcome news if this trend can continue. Obviously, all of this is contingent on continuing to monitor the trending in COVID transmission and the analysis and modeling being done by public health. So we'll continue to watch that very closely as time proceeds. The other thing that I think is important in the memo is that we've certainly been promoting the vaccination program. As you can see in the memo, a lot of the public access to sort of restaurants and other, sort of public places is being largely tied to proof of vaccination. And pleased to report that, our latest numbers show that the large majority of our staff, in fact, have confirmed proof of double vaccination. So we're pleased that we continue to provide a healthy and safe, not only workplace, but ensure that we're doing doing what we can to promote health and safety within our community. So those are the key updates, Madam Mayor. I think the memo speaks for itself, but that's just a little bit of context. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Velchik? Not seeing any. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, this is probably more for a question to flow through to your colleagues at Public Health, but we're starting to hear recommendations of eligibility for booster shots and some talk about the shots for the 5 to 11-year-olds. Just wondering if we've had any news of that and what the implications or what the timing might be as far as supply and scheduling and clinics. Do we have any indication from Public Health on those?
Madam Mayor, what I can suggest is we do have weekly meetings with Public Health. In fact, our next one would be tomorrow. We will raise that very question tomorrow through our CEMC, and we'll try and get you some information for the next update.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll move along to item F.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the first item is a deputation by C. Malcolmson, Executive Director of Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition, making a deputation to Council regarding item Q1. I believe we have the deputant on the call, so I will pass that back over to you to call the deputant.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Malcolmson. Good to have you with us today.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Haxon and members of Council. I'm Claire Malcolmson, the Executive Director of the Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition. I was just here last week, so hello again. So I think, as you know, last week I meant to talk about this item, and so I guess I just want to start off by saying, the order in which these items are coming to Council has been quite confusing to me and to other members of the public that wanted to comment about this, because there was a lot, as you saw in the correspondence, something like 10 to 20 letters talking about the plan to build out 100% or now the approved 70% of the Whitebelt. So I just wish that we had an opportunity to speak more directly to council about that issue before it was decided by York Region. So here we are, it has been decided. You know, I'm obviously not thrilled with that outcome, but moving forward, I just want to make some points about how I think things might be able to go a bit better moving forward. So one is, you know, these areas that you'll be building are in the Lake Simcoe watershed, which, as I was pointing out last week, is now receiving at least double the amount of phosphorus per year that has been recommended by the science community to keep Lake Simcoe stable. So any expressions of love for Lake Simcoe or commitments to protecting the environment have to keep that in mind. That's a fact. So thankfully, due to massive citizen and ENGO work, we have the Lake Simcoe Protection Action Plan, and there are some policies in it that do improve on the impact of development to the watershed. So we'll definitely be hoping for and watching for and expecting all municipalities, including East Gwillimbury, to do the best they can to get developers to use the Lake Simcoe phosphorus offset program, healthy setbacks on natural heritage. There are advanced stormwater management guidelines. So not only are these requirements for building in the Lake Simcoe watershed, but they're really essential for managing the massive impacts of climate change that are coming, that are affecting the Lake Simcoe watershed already, and that will just be getting worse. The second thing is again, just relating to the Lake Simcoe Protection Plan and climate change. I really encourage the town to start off with a couple of really key initiatives. One is start by protecting the natural heritage that remains in the East Gwillimbury portion of these Whitebelt lands. I mean, I can see that a lot of natural heritage is identified. Just do your best to protect that. East Gwillimbury lost the second most amount of wetlands in the Lake Simcoe watershed after Barrie from 1999 to 2016. This is not ancient news, so much more has to be done to protect wetlands that help us guard against the impacts of climate change and reduce the impacts to homeowners of flooding impacts of climate change. At the south end of East Gwillimbury, you've got a GO station, which is a really excellent place to start building a higher density built form in order to reduce per capita greenhouse gas emissions so that fewer people have to get in their car to go to every single service. Which is certainly, you know, the case for a lot of people that live in rural communities like yours. So increasing the ability for people to reduce their household greenhouse gas emissions should be one of the things that this council undertakes. I would suggest moving forward. As you know, 2015 is Canada's net zero emissions target. And so, you know, it's a real challenge when municipalities approve car-dependent communities in that context. So there's a lot of work to do to meet Canada's greenhouse gas emission targets. And then my final comment is just the Upper York sewage system, as you know, is not approved. The environmental assessment did not include any expansions to the system. So doing a secondary plan for the entire Whitebelt area, not just the 70%, and I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. I guess if it is in order to develop a very comprehensive town plan, that's one thing, and that's probably good planning. But I think that everybody needs to be really conscious of the fact that Lake Simcoe is not getting healthier and its ability to handle more sewage is not assured at all. And so any growth that relies on an expansion of a non-existent sewage treatment plant should be held back a little bit, and just make sure you're not assuming what can't be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Well done. Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the deputation, please? Councillor Crothers, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Claire.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, your second deputant is Bill Foster from Forbit Roads over Green Spaces, making a deputation to council regarding item Q1. I just wanted to let council know that Mr. Foster has provided a series of slide decks that was submitted yesterday outside of the timeline that is permitted. So Mr. Foster is just going to seek council's permission if it's okay to use those slides. If council permits it, staff can certainly play those on the screen for the live stream.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I'm assuming, Mr. Foster, that you've timed them out and you're about 5 minutes with them. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of council as far as the slides are concerned with Mr. Foster? Knowing that they are within our time frame, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? And that's carried. Welcome, Mr. Foster. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good morning. Members of council as well. My name is Bill Foster. I have been a resident of East Gwillimbury since 1989 and the founding director for Bid Roads over Green Spaces since 1993. Thank you for permitting me to make this deputation. Next slide, please. This is a roadmap of what I'll be talking about today. Fundamentally, the issue is sprawl. Next slide, please. East Gwillimbury has not consulted with its residents about planning since its 2010 official plan. York Region is currently undergoing extensive future York consultations. As you will see in the next several slides, York Region's findings are essentially in line with the results of East Gwillimbury's official plan consultation. Next slide, please. The key items here are transit, compact workable communities, and affordable housing. Next slide, please. Other than the reduced emissions that are shown here, which is a new issue, these are also essentially the same wants as in East Gwillimbury's 2010 official plan. Next slide, please. The key here is, I think we missed something here. We seem to be ahead of ourselves. Okay, I'll skip to it then. Now we're back, sorry. Give me a second. I seem to have lost something here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are on slide 5. Mr. Foster, are you on slide 5?
No, I'm past slide 5 now. I'm sorry. Could we go to slide 6?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Is that your slide 6? It's not mine, but okay.
That's the slide that was submitted. Yes, that's slide 6.
Yes, I apologize. It's my problem. I'm out of order here. My guess is that these properties, these 53 properties are in fact the vast majority of the Whitebelt that you wish to develop. Next slide, please. You don't need to spend time reading these names. The chances are you already know them. The question really is from the perspective of East Gwillimbury's residents, their question is going to be, is council listening to these developers or to the residents? And I suspect the answer is going to be they're listening to the developers. Next slide, please. Simply put, the province is forcing unsustainable growth targets on our region. As you will see in the next slide, the town and York Region are also listening to MTO, which is providing misleading information to support this growth target. MTO is telling local governments this highway is required to support all planned growth in the area. This is only true if we are prepared to accept sprawl. The highway will not address our current traffic problems as these are local responsibilities. MTO's made that clear in their communications that are actually filed and legal. The highway also contradicts our residents' growth and affordable housing aspirations because it will cause sprawl. Sprawl is the antithesis to affordable housing. Next slide, please. MTO's actual position is that out-of-the-way travel and local congestion are both local responsibilities. This information comes from MTO's Bradford Bypass 2002 approved environmental assessment, which was approved with conditions. The bulk of these conditions have now been removed by the province's recent passage of its Bradford Bypass exemption regulation. With the passage of this regulation, most of the 15 environmental studies MTO has told you they are conducting are now irrelevant. This regulation makes the resolutions of Barrie, Brock, and Georgina concerning the impact of this highway on Lake Simcoe that much more important. This quote that's in the yellow is from the recent Toronto Star article. Once we appreciate that the highway will aggravate rather than resolve our current traffic problems, and that these problems have to be solved by our regional governments, we can see how and why it is better to build the connector highway south of Newmarket. Doing so will have the following advantages. One, it will protect Lake Simcoe from toxic and salt runoffs. And two, it will cost significantly less. We won't need to float this highway over the high water table that covers most of this area. And the Water Reclamation Center pile tests show us that the piles that will be needed to carry the elevated part of the highway will have to be driven between 20 and 50 meters deep. That's frightfully expensive. A highway south of Newmarket will not have these costs. Next slide, please. So we're really looking for three things: resist further development until the Water Reclamation Center issues are resolved. Advise MTO you're reconsidering your support for the Bradford Bypass. You want to be satisfied about the impact on Lake Simcoe and request a new environmental assessment which considers corridors between Cooks Bay and Aurora. And advise the province that you support Rescue Lake Simcoe Coalition's request for historic designation of lower landing. And in closing, I just mentioned that there is a very important new environmental assessment done by Ontario Marine Heritage Committee that's on our website, and it clearly shows the importance of the lower landing. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. We allowed a couple extra minutes because you were right near the end of your slides and didn't want you to leave without sharing them all with us. So thank you very much for being with us. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crothers and Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your indulgence on my miscommunication on the slides.
Not a problem at all. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the last deputant is Don Givens, East Gwillimbury Whitebelt Landowners Group, making a deputation to Council regarding item N2, which is the Planning Branch Report P 2021-30. I will pull up this slides on the screen for the presenter.
Mr. Given.
Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Some of you will recall that our firm has worked in East Gwillimbury for many years. In fact, we worked on the official plan that you now have. And some of the history that we have, I think, is helpful for members of council to recall as we go forward now with a decision from the region that you'll be able to complete some of the planning that was done before and move towards the complete community that the community has asked you to do. Next slide, please. What the region approved is that instead of 100% of the Whitebelt being brought into the urban area, that it would be 70% of the Whitebelt. And that came after a lot of discussion between the region staff, the landowner group, and your staff to come up with what would be an acceptable amount of land to be brought in at this time, with the balance being left for the next municipal comprehensive review. It was also triggered by a need to try to find a financial solution that would help the region in funding the works that are necessary to open up these lands. Next slide, please. This is what the Whitebelt looks like today. You can see it's quite extensive, and as a result of the way the planning was done previously by growing the different communities, it left gaps in between the different communities, and your council has discussed this many times before. Next slide, please. When the Green Lane lands were opened up and the lands on the east side of the 404, it was done as a part of a secondary plan that was implementing the 2006 official plan of the region. That's the 2010 official plan, excuse me, the 2006 growth plan. And what it did, and as you've heard from the residents earlier, is create a corridor along Green Lane that is intended for higher densities and mixed use that will allow for our residents to live in an area that they can have easy access to the GO station. Next slide, please. What is now being proposed is that this would have been the 2021 proposed expansion area. Those are the areas that were at that time being considered for growth. And I just like to skim over that, but what's very important, I think, in all of your financial considerations is that the 404 and the link to Bradford would be allowing the employment lands to open up as part of a balanced approach to managing growth. Next slide, please. The slide on the left side is what's in your official plan. It's an appendix to the official plan because we were not at the time allowed to include in the actual approved document a map or a plan that would show the full build out of the community. And some of you will remember Val Shuttleworth, when she was your planning commissioner, was very upset about that because she wanted the public to know that their long-term game plan was for full build out of the Whitebelt. The effect of what happened is that parts of the area were not included, but we did at least provide an indication of what could happen in the future. And now you're moving forward to that decision making. Next slide, please. Some of you read an article in the Star. I haven't read it. I'm aware of it, though. I thought it would be very helpful for everybody to know who the landowners are. This slide will be left for circulation to anybody that would like to see it. But these are the landowners that are participating in this exercise. They're very experienced developers in most cases, and they are prepared to work with the region, work with your community to come forward with a plan that will properly respect the Lake Simcoe requirements, but also work in a financial way to make this an achievable community that may go beyond what the region's capabilities are from a financial point of view at this time. And with respect to the long-term servicing, our group really is quite ambivalent about where it goes. We want to get the plan ready so that when the servicing solutions are found, we will be ready and you will be ready to allow for growth. Next slide, please. So the participating landowners do control about 70% of the Whitebelt, and they're prepared to work on a front-ending basis with the region to service the works that are necessary. And that we, as I said earlier, are not clear where that will be and how that will work out, but we have made a commitment. The landowners have formed a group that I lead, and we're prepared to step up and carry a significant financial obligation here to help implement the works that are necessary. Next slide, please. So the next steps is to really work with you to come up with the land use designations that you're working through in your official plan. Consider doing the secondary plan processes as quickly as possible. And then moving forward, there will be a further extension and growth beyond 2051 in about another 10 years. And that should be reaching your complete planned settlement area boundaries. So, Madam Mayor and members of council, this group is anxious to move forward. They're looking forward to working with you. They have had a successful relationship in the past and continue to view this as a positive step forward. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Your maps were very helpful. Could I have a motion to receive Mr. Gibbons' presentation first? Councillor Roy DiClemente and Councillor Persicini. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor, I have a question before we move.
Before we vote. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just through you to Mr. Given. I note in your presentation that the folks that you represent are requesting that we undertake secondary planning for the entire Whitebelt area. It's my understanding, I'm not a planner, but it's my understanding that York Region doesn't approve secondary plans for lands that aren't within the urban boundary. So while I might understand why we would want to undertake some at least high-level planning, just as we did with the official plan in 2010, and in arguing to get that appendix added, why would we undertake that effort and expense to do a secondary plan that we know that York Region will reject? Or perhaps I'm mistaken.
If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
York Region, in asking or directing us on how to proceed, have indicated you can do planning for the entire area. We just can't get it all into the settlement boundary at this time. And I think that that's the right way to go, because what it does is it means you know where your road fabric's going, you know where your parks are going to be, your schools are going to go, you know what kind of densities you're going to have and where you want to deal with transit. All of that is a part of comprehensive planning, and I think that that is the proper way to plan, not piecemeal. Don't leave those lands hanging out there for some future decisions to come along that may compromise the ultimate plan.
Thank you for that. I think I'll reserve further questions for when we deal with the staff report. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, you had a question of Mr. Given. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Given, for that presentation. I noticed something missing on your maps. When you showed the Whitebelt lands, you didn't include the heritage lands in there, the green space that we have. And it provides a very misleading picture when the whole thing is just shown as white. The green spaces are included on the rest of the map, but for some reason, they're not included when we're talking about the Whitebelt lands. There's a significant amount of green space on those lands that's designated as heritage. And when we talk about Whitebelt lands, we have to look at maps that are truly representative of the green space that's included on those maps that is protected by heritage. So I just would like, if there's future presentations about the Whitebelt lands, that they truly represent what the Whitebelt lands are, which a lot of them are these heritage green spaces. I also just want to make a comment that many of our residents are unaware of the growth that is coming. When I've been out more recently talking with residents, I think with COVID, people have been in their homes. We haven't been out as council talking to people. And so I would just ask our staff that if we can do more public consultation on this. Our virtual consultations weren't terribly well attended despite the best efforts of staff. And I just want to make sure that our residents are aware of the amount of growth that is coming. Thank you.
Mr. Webster, you had your hand up.
I do, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the three deputant presentations. I think they were very helpful and informative. And the comments made by councillors, in particular, Councillor Crothers, is bang on. And we have a staff presentation. It's under item N, and I think it would be helpful if we move that up at this time. And I just have a few comments to make. I've been CAO since 2005, and that was an interesting time, 2005. Firstly, it was a while ago, but that's when the provincial government at the time put in some very important legislative changes. They put the Greenbelt Act in, they put the Oak Ridges Moraine Act in, and they also put Places to Grow Act in. And those three acts converged. And what they did for East Gwillimbury at the time was it put over 80% of our lands are going to be protected from an environmental perspective long term. I think the number is actually 83%. And Councillor Carruthers is correct. A lot of those heritage areas are within what we're calling these Whitebelt lands. So only 17% of our area ends up getting developed. And at that time in 2005, we were one of the few towns or urban areas designated as places to grow. And to my mind, it wasn't about sprawl. It was about tactfully having residential and employment and communities designated for growth within East Gwillimbury. And so that's a starting point of 05. 2010, we had the fortune of putting together our first consolidated official plan. And at that time, we did have, and Mr. Foster noted, extensive outreach. We had all kinds of public meetings. And at that time, I think the number we were looking at for 2031 was about 89,000 population and 45,000 jobs, a 2-to-1 ratio. That's 10 years from now. And Mr. Given did indicate that there was a long-term schedule indicating that there would be more growth beyond that. And this time around, we have done, and we still are in the consultation stage of our official plan update. So we have to remind that it's still time for public outreach, consultation, and it has been a challenge virtually. But I think as we start recovering here, that we'll be able to have maybe some in-person open houses moving forward as well. That maybe we'll be able to get more folks out to provide input to this very important update. So I would propose, Madam Mayor, that if we could move the presentation and report listed under item N up, it would be worthwhile because it would give some factum and some overview from the planning staff perspective as well.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. That's exactly what I was going to do after we received Mr. Given's presentation. So I'll just wait and see if there are any other questions for Mr. Given. And if not, then we will receive his presentation and I will ask for a motion to move item N forward at this time. Are there any other questions for Mr. Given first? Seeing none. Could I have a motion to receive his presentation, please?
So moved, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morton. Councillor Roy DeClemente. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Given. And could I have a motion to move item N up in our agenda at this time?
Happy to move, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Crone, Councillor Carruthers, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you very much. And this is item N on our agenda.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. As the CEO mentioned, we do have a staff presentation. And before I turn it over to Adam Robb, who's our senior policy planner, who has a few slides that I think will help visualize sort of our planning framework and the amount of green space and developable area that we do have in town. It'll put things into perspective, I believe, and we'll also explain our current official plan review process that we're undertaking. We have conducted some public consultation beginning in mid-2020, and we will continue this fall and next year as we move towards completing our OP update, and we are seeking feedback from our stakeholders, our residents as well. So I'll turn it over to Adam now, Madam Mayor. Then we can certainly, I'm sure when we speak to the report, there'll be questions and more details that council will be seeking, and we'll be happy to answer any questions related to the report.
Perfect. Thank you, Marco, and good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. As mentioned, I'll be presenting on the town's growth and planning context to 2051. Then we'll also provide an update on our ongoing official plan review process. So just quickly for context, the map here on the right is the town's current official plan Schedule A, our town structure map. The map shows the Greenbelt protected countryside in the light green, the Oak Ridges and Moraine in brown, and then the settlement area of Mount Albert to the east, with the central growth area, including Queensville, Sharon, Holland Landing, as well as the town's Whitebelt lands to the west. Next slide, please. So staff have undertaken a green space analysis for the town's land area and have determined that even at full build out of the town, which includes all the Whitebelt becoming urbanized and then built, East Gwillimbury will remain over 83% green space. This is broken down as follows in the chart shown. So the land area of East Gwillimbury is 61,188 acres. Of that, the provincially protected green space accounts for 46,170 acres, broken down between the Greenbelt and Oak Ridges Moraine. That equates to a total land area over 75.5% being provincially protected. Focusing then on the central growth area, it amasses 14,070 acres, broken down between the existing urban area and then the Whitebelt. Within that central growth area, we have our localized natural heritage system, woodlands, floodplains, parks, and associated environmental protection area features. These localized natural features account for 4,653 acres, and that equates to over 33% of the central growth area itself, and then in turn accounts for approximately 8% of the town overall. So when you cumulatively add the 46,170 acres of provincially protected green space, plus the 4,653 acres of our local natural heritage system and environmental protection, we get a total of 50,823 acres, which in turn is 83% of the town's total land area. And again, although the region has approved 70% of the town's Whitebelt becoming urban area, this calculation is based on 100% of the Whitebelt lands becoming built out, which, as we know, is a process that will occur over several decades based on the ultimate phasing and maturation of the lands. Next slide, please. So now to visualize this 83% green space, the central growth area is delineated by that red hashing, with the green outside this boundary representing the Greenbelt protected countryside, and then the brown moosehead representing the Oak Ridges Moraine. As mentioned, the provincially protected areas are over 75% of the town's total land area. That green within the central growth area itself is our local natural heritage system and environmental protection area, which again accounts for 8% of the town's total land area and will remain protected from development. The areas in white, which includes Mount Albert, the Bales employment area, and the existing built boundaries of our communities, represents the approximately 17% of the town that is ultimately developable. Next slide, please. This next slide focuses more on the town's central growth area and Whitebelt. The central growth area is the area of town that is not subject to the policies of the Greenbelt Plan, and it represents the lands that were purposely set aside by the province to accommodate future growth, which, as mentioned by our CEO, was done in 2005. The central growth area includes the Whitebelt, existing settlement areas, as well as the local natural heritage system, which again accounts for 1/3 of the central growth area itself and then 8% of the town overall. And it is worth noting too that this natural heritage system will be buffered from future development. The settlement areas are shown in pink for community areas, able to accommodate housing and a variety of institutional, commercial, and service amenity uses, and then blue for our employment areas, typically located near goods movement corridors like Highway 404. The Whitebelt lands are shown in their full extent as they exist today and are in white, with the community and employment land distribution for the 70% that has been approved by Regional Council to become an urban area to be determined by the region as a next step in this process. Ultimately, the focus is on developing proactive phasing, secondary plan, growth management, and sustainability policies to manage growth comprehensively ahead of time and develop complete communities across the new community areas in a responsible manner that is coordinated with the infrastructure. Next slide, please. So lastly is an update on the work and timeline for the town's ongoing official plan review project. Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the project have been completed, with work now focused on the third and final phase. Project completion is also anticipated in Q1 or early Q2 of 2022. Phase 1 was the visioning and background research, which included launching our project-specific website, hosting community visioning workshops, chat with a planner, public outreach, council interviews, and then specific public workshops on each of the official plan review themes, which are shown above as vision and guiding principles, complete communities and balanced growth, housing, community design, sustainability and climate change, and then agriculture and rural lands. The extensive public input received through Phase 1 informed the Phase 2 work, which involved the preparation of the policy discussion papers and our land needs assessment. The policy discussion papers articulated the visioning from our public engagement and began providing the policy direction and narrative for tangible updates to the official plan. The land needs assessment evaluated the town's capacity for growth, and as a technical document, it was used in consulting with the region on the 2051 forecasting. Where we are now in Phase 3, the focus is on developing the draft updated official plan itself. Once prepared, the draft updated official plan will be subject to public review through open houses and public meetings, which are anticipated to be held in late 2021 and early 2022. Modifications can then be made based on the public input that is received, and then the finalized version of the official plan will be presented to council for adoption and then forwarded to the region for approval, which again will occur early in 2022. The focus, again, of the official plan policy development is on implementing best practices for responsible growth management, phasing, and environmental sustainability for across the town and our new community areas to 2051. So with that, I thank you for your time and can certainly take any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Excellent. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. It was a very complete presentation, certainly. Oh, there we have someone. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the presentation. Sorry for my delay in putting up my hands. I wanted to let some of my colleagues go first. I appreciate that we will have a wonderfully large green space surrounding that central growth area, but it's a central growth area that is the area of concern. When we talk about natural heritage systems, I'm so glad to see that in your presentation and hear you talk about making sure those are buffered. But what's even more important to me is that, and to residents I'm speaking with, is that it's also connected. So it's not just about buffering them, but it's making sure that they're connected because, with all the green space around us, we have so much wonderful wildlife. We have deer, we have turkeys, we have foxes, we have coyotes, and pushing them out onto roads is a safety issue. So even if you don't care about the animals, nobody wants to be hitting them with their car for sure. So in addition to making sure that those natural heritage systems are buffered, the word system implies that it is connected. So I just want to make sure that we are looking at that when we're growing. I also was wondering if you can provide me with some population forecast numbers. When I go through the presentations that we've had, the information that's online, I see various numbers for what we're going to be at in 2041 and in 2051. When I do some quick math on it, it appears to me that the growth we've seen over the last 5 years will continue at that rate for the next 30 years at approximately 3,200 people per year. And I just want to make sure that those numbers are correct and that the public understands the growth they've seen in the last 5 years. We are planning to continue that for the next 30 years. And I'm not sure that that's in the best interest of our residents. We hear residents complaining about the growth. We know the importance of the development charges and what they bring to our town. We're going to get a great pool from the growth that's already happened. but if the rationale is that it brings money to the town to be able to do things for our residents, then we need to be treating these lands as a finite resource. This is all that we have, and what happens in 2051 when we're completely built out. So, my second question is about, how can we best manage this finite resource to spread the planning out so that we have an ongoing revenue stream from development charges past 2051?
That question had several questions within. I'm not sure from staff who might want to tackle certain portions of it. Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
I think that it's a very detailed question, and we certainly are going to be bringing back charts and much more information to council, but I could give you some very high level fact. The York-Durham sewage system, which is the engine of our first phase of growth, and I'm calling it our first significant phase of growth. I was just talking to our CBO this morning, and our growth really started in 2016. That's when, for lack of a better word, the big pipe came up, the second concession, and we had that wonderful improvement made to the road and the trail system and the bridge at the same time. And with certainty, we have enough capacity from York Region to be at 50,000 persons in our community. So that's a fact. And right now, as we sit, the number is probably in the range of, we're about 37,000 folks in our community right now. So we have approximately, my latest, and we're going to be getting into this at the budget and through the review, we have about 3,000 plus minus more new homes to be built. And plus a significant element of our 404 business park. I have to remind council of that as well. So those are the numbers. So our goal would be to be 50,000 residents and about half of that in jobs, about 25,000 jobs. That would be the goal of a 2-to-1 job ratio. If you do the math, I believe our latest numbers of when the region at their last meeting, subject to some conditions, included 70% of our Whitebelt. I believe that moves us to long-term 120,000 population. That's a city. That's not a town. That's a city. Okay. That's the number that has been in the Places to Grow document. It was the number that was included in our 2010 official plan that was subject to a lot of consultation. It was an appendix in the 2051 number. If you do math, and again, I'll do some simple high-level math. If it's 2021 and you divide the 70,000 growth of population, and I would say as well, 35,000 jobs would be the target. It works out to about 2,300 new residents a year. And with that, it's a number that's about 775 new residential units each and every year. And by comparison, and being in the Confederation of York Region for many, many years, I can tell you that Newmarket traditionally over the years has grown when it had more ground-based housing at about 600 units a year. And Aurora grew at about 400 to 500 units a year. And what you have in those two communities is the ground-based supply is no longer available. They're having to grow up, not grow out. And with us, we have the advantage of having the Green Lane corridor to be a more high-density corridor, but we also have the ability to offer more ground-based housing that's hopefully affordable and suitable for multi-generational type of dwelling. So that's a high level, and Councillor, it's a very good question, and I think we will have to bring more detail and schedules back in the future, Madam Mayor, as we have further sessions on our municipal comprehensive review that we are undertaking at the town level. And not sure if Mr. Ramuno or Mr. Rob have anything to add, but that's a very high level answer to a very detailed question.
Gentlemen, one of you would, is there anything else you would add to Mr. Webster's information?
Just through you, Madam Mayor, one quick point, and we will, as we continue to develop our official plan and we go out to the public for further input, we will provide those details to council with respect to one thing we need to work on is a land use plan that'll show the distribution of the 70% within the urban area. And again, the split between what will be residential and community use and employment. But the current information that we have is it's a long-term plan to the year 2051, a 30-year plan, and our projections with the region, and they align with the region, about 115,000 persons to the year 2051, as mentioned by the CAO. And that really aligns with the region's plans for the Upper York system, the initial construction and first phase, the capacity within that plant is capable of handling 115,000. So that aligns with the 70%. And that's how we arrived at the 70% during our discussions with the region.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, follow up.
I just wanted to understand, I'm hearing a lot of different numbers in the presentation that we received a while ago. The number for 2051 was 135. I'm hearing Mr. Webster say 120, and I think Mr. Ramuno is saying 115. So I'm just wondering what the growth target is. All of these numbers are outrageously large. And I just hoping that when it comes back, we can be very clear on what the growth target is, because there's a lot of large numbers being tossed around. And if we're currently at 37,000, a difference of 20,000 this way or that way is a lot. So I just want to be clear on what those growth targets are. And I had my follow-up question is, can you let us know the number of residents that were either attended or provided feedback on the consultation we've had so far on the official plan for this go round? Do we have that?
Certainly, we can bring that information back. And just to clarify, the 135,000 population forecast was based on 100% of the Whitebelt. So that's long term. Today's report deals with the modification to include 70% of the total Whitebelt lands into our urban area. And the new forecast has obviously been reduced, and that ranges between 115 and 120,000. But you know, you're correct. Council had seen numbers from town staff, 135,000. That was based on 100%.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing those numbers come back. Thanks.
Other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff.
You're frozen.
And it really, at the end of the day, it's a bit of a mug's game, isn't it? Because one of the variables that is unknown at this point is what we're going to do about our servicing. And that's a big unknown now. You know, the province has punted the decision till after the next election, and whatever the decision is about what will happen with our servicing, if it's a brand new thing separate from Upper York, that could take more years to. So, I guess, you know, are we going through this exercise? And you know, doesn't matter which side of the debate you're on, whether you're pro-development or against it. We're kind of behind the eight ball because we don't know what we're dealing with here, and I don't know how you effectively plan without knowing all the variables. This, from my perspective, it's incredibly frustrating. I'm sure from a staff perspective, it's incredibly frustrating. Give me some comfort that that you guys are confident that whatever, we're going to get into a position one day where we can actually execute on a plan here. I know that's a left curveball question, but you know, I'm frustrated, and I don't know where we're going to go with this. So, you know, we're spending a lot of money. We're getting consultants to help us on this. I just wonder if it's, you know, we'd be better off to set it on fire and have a marshmallow roast, because this is this is insanity from my perspective. But give me your perspective on how we deal with a variable such as servicing that we don't even know about yet. How do you give me some comfort that you think we're going to get to where we need to be? Sorry, Madam Mayor, that's a very long question.
I'm not sure that there's an answer to your question. I think we're all feeling exactly the same way, including staff. And I can tell you, it's sitting at the region, the frustration level for one individual is pretty tough as well. I think I heard from our CAO and Mr. Ramuno that stay tuned. They're going to analyze what we have now in the way of the Whitebelt land that was approved at the region, and they will work on getting a report back to us. I'm not going to say right away because I'm not sure that that's achievable, but that probably within phases we will have more information along the way. Am I correct, Mr. Ramuno? Mr. Webster, I see you nodding.
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no answer for this after last Thursday. This is going to take some time and input from all of us on what we see East Gwillimbury looking like short-term and longer term. It's an exciting time for all of us to be here. We certainly can make a difference in our town, probably much greater than ever before. And we look forward to staff. We won't push you, knowing that this isn't a report that can be written in a day or two and back to us, that there's going to be an inordinate amount of detail in it, and that there'll be lots of questions at this end as well. So thank you, staff. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you had a question. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess I'm struggling with some of the same things that everyone else is. I kind of feel like I'm a passenger on the bus in that movie Speed with Keanu Reeves. And, you know, someone else has set this bus on to go really, really fast to grow. And I'm trying to figure out how to steer, and we're trying to figure out where the bus is going to go and how it's going to be safe. And we're not I don't feel like we're fully in control of this bus. And I want an assurance, or I want to find a way to make sure that we actually are, because it seems to me that York Region has determined that it's going to be 70 and not ourselves. The developer group has decided that they would like to put all of their lands in the Whitebelt. While it may make sense because they've strategically picked up all of the missing pieces, it does look appropriate. But I want to make sure that as a council and as a staff team, that we are the ones who are making these decisions. And for me, where I was heading with this is the idea of the phasing and making sure that our development is not disjointed. And so what's happened in the past, and it's a lesson that I think we need to learn from, is if we look at what happened with the first phase, we've got subdivisions that aren't finished because we started being told that servicing was happening. And now servicing is paused. And we've got subdivisions that are not complete. And we've got subdivisions that are islands that don't have the kinds of complementary services that we want to see. So how do we make sure that we are driving this bus, that we are able to put the brakes on where we need to put the brakes on, or if we need to accelerate, we can. And that's really what I'm looking for here, is to make sure that we are in control and in the driver's seat. And the only reason why I was advocating for 100% or even 70% is simply because it allows for us to determine where and when, not somebody else. And so that's what I need to hear in order to make this work. Please and thank you.
I see nodding heads right across these two ladders here, and I think you have hit the nail on the head exactly, that we are in a position now of not quite sure where we're going. We know that we're going somewhere, but we're not quite sure, and that's why we have the three people across the top of our screen who are going to help us, guide us, and unravel that layer, or more than one layer, to make sure that we are all comfortable and that we have all been heard when the decisions are going to be made. So I I'm seeing nods from our staff. That's why we have these excellent people working with us. None of us are planners. We know what our community would like, but these are the people that are expert planners, and we're waiting for them to guide us through this process. And it's going to be, it's not a today or tomorrow. It's going to be a longer term. I suspect that each one of our agendas will have this on it now. That will be a major portion of our meetings. We'll be talking about long-term planning.
If I may, Madam Mayor, just as a bit of a follow-up further to that, I feel like we need to make sure that we're managing the messaging to our community stakeholders, to our residents, and to our constituents. That I feel like there's a perception here that we're being led, and that's not the case whatsoever. That we need to reassure people that the reason we're doing this is so that we are in control. And I want people to feel that way. I think that's part of the reason why we were getting so much correspondence, is that people were starting to question what was happening and what the motivation was. And I just want to make sure that we build that into the messaging that we're giving our community. Please and thank you. Thank you. Very well said. Thank you. Councillor Foster and then Councillor Persicini. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say one thing, and I seem to be often saying I like to dumb things down a little bit and make it simple because I'm a simple guy. I don't think any of us have the control within this development that we would like to have. That's been said before. The one thing that I need to say, though, is that, you know, if nothing changes, nothing ever will. And if we can control the development as best we can, that's all we can hope for. And I often have to think to myself, you know, I sit in these conversations and I look around the screen and I think, you know, I for one would love to see East Gwillimbury the way it was 35 or 40 years ago when I was young. However, if it was the way it was 35 or 40 years ago, many of the developments that the people that are sitting on this screen live in wouldn't be there. Again, if nothing ever changes, nothing will. So I just think we have to try to control it.
Thank you. Councillor Persicini, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think anybody has a crystal ball 30 years from now, 35 years from now. But I guess and then what's frustrating that the region will have a turnover of regional people in there, and things will change again and over and over. They're not going to have the same people there on board for the next 20, 30 years, and things will keep changing all the time. So we're just like feeding a dead horse, really, because it's very frustrating. Everybody feels the same way. I mean, you know, the direction that they're going to tell us 30 years from now. And it's frustrating. We like to know where we're going. I know in my household, I try to plan my strategy and my family and everything, and my savings and my investments. But this thing is very frustrating. You can't plan because too many horses around.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think there was some good points raised by Councillor Roy DiClemente about not moving forward until we understand about servicing commitments. But I just want to challenge the assumption that by opening up lands, it's going to give us control. It's my assumption that if we want to maintain control, we open up the lands that we want to see developed, rather than making it a free-for-all and opening up everything all at once and then having to deal with pressure from landowners who want to build in places where we might not see that as the next phase. So I think that we need to be very strategic in what land we are opening up for development, rather than opening it all up with some assumption that it gives us the control, because I don't believe that it does. And I'm happy to be challenged on that. If we do get more control by telling people they can develop wherever they want in East Gwillimbury and the Whitebelt lands, I'm all ears for that. But to me, I would like us to only open the land that we want to see developed, and do it in a very strategic, phased approach to accomplish what Councillor Roy DiClemente is talking about completing some of our communities. We're on the same page with that, making sure that each of the communities that's already built up has services going back to our deputation from Mrs. Malcolmson about making sure that we have walkable communities, that services are there, so we don't have communities so dependent on cars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that we will very much be able to determine which communities will open based on servicing. If it opened tomorrow, we know that we don't have the servicing to move forward. And that will be, in my mind, the trigger that we will have is that once servicing comes in, then there are options. But in the meantime, until we do, we make the best plan that we possibly can, and know that we've checked all the boxes. We've got the time now, and that's one thing going for us. Sometimes when you are planning, your timing is very immediate. This is not very immediate. This is longer term, and we should be able to get it right. Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. I just remember when I first got on council, a former mayor who has passed said to me, "You're going to find out that everybody that moves in want to be the last people to get here. Then close the doors, because they buy because they love exactly what it is today, not changes." And Councillor Foster knows that as well, 35 years ago when you were born. Thank you. I don't know that we have a motion on the table right now. Madam Clerk, do we?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the presentation motion as well as the staff report have been combined for council's consideration. So perhaps if you would want to entertain the staff report as well.
Put the two together and have one motion then?
That's correct. So it's item N1 and N2 have been combined in one resolution.
Very good. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persichini, any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I had a question.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to just correct the record. I wasn't voting in favor. I had my hand up for a question. I wanted to split the motion because I would like to receive the reports, but I'm not in favor of the last part of the motion. So just to correct the record. Thank you.
Would you like a revote?
Yes, I would. If my colleagues will entertain that, I would like to vote separately on receiving, and the motion that about planning for 70% of Whitebelt lands be separated out, if that's okay with everyone else.
And the third portion of the motion as well, do you want it in or out?
Sorry, I will receive everything, and I want the part that directs staff about the 70% of the Whitebelt lands, that is, I will be voting no on that.
Okay, so the second paragraph, you want, sorry.
Fine to receive.
Number one and the first and the third you want. Is that correct?
I want to receive everything that says receive. I'm good to receive. The part that's directing staff, I want separated.
Okay, I think I have that. So what we're going to vote on then is item number 2, be it resolved that Development Services presentation dated November 2nd, 2021, entitled Planning for Growth to 2051 be received, and that Development Services Planning Branch Report 2021-30 dated November 2nd, 2021, entitled Planning for Growth to 2015. 51, Regional Council approved 70% of East Gwillimbury Whitebelt lands and the designation as urban area be received. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that's moved by Councillor Crothers and seconded by Councillor Persichini. All those in favor? I'm sorry, I can't see all the hands here. There we go. Okay, That's carried, and that part of the town's official plan review, council directs staff to develop comprehensive growth management, phasing, and sustainability policies to ensure best planning and environmental practices for the 70% Whitebelt lands becoming designated urban area as approved by Regional Council. I have a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Persicini. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Councillor Crone. I'm not seeing any questions. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back in our agenda. And I'm going to go back to G, and that's presentations. And at this time, we have no presentations, although we've had some already. And I'll move to the adoption of our minutes, item H, and that would be our council minutes from the special meeting held on October 13th, 2021. Be it resolved that council adopt the council minutes from a special meeting held on October 13th, 2021, and that council adopt the council minutes from the meeting held on October 19th, 2021. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Morton, Councillor Roy DeClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. I am at corporate services. It appears to me that we have no reports at this time. Is that correct, Mr. Veltic?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. Nothing further to add either.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Veltic? I'm not seeing any. We'll move to finance. And we have item number 1 is a finance report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
Morning. Thank you, members of council. This first report is regarding our comprehensive fees and charges bylaw. So last year, staff undertook a review of the fees that fund our development-related operating program. So there's no tax-supported funding that is associated with those programs. And at the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021, council approved amendments to the fees to ensure that those programs remain sustainable for the future. So once that happened, we turned and staff started looking at the balance of the fees that were included in the fees and charges bylaw, and those are mainly related to our tax-supported programs. So staff went back and looked at their fees that had been charged and reviewed them to make sure that they were still in line, that we're still able to recover costs associated with delivering those services, made sure that they're still relevant, and looked to see if we were in line with other municipalities as well. So we did a jurisdictional review of the municipalities within York Region to make sure we're in line. And the result you'll see in this report is a list of fees that we were proposing to adjust, and a list of fees that we're proposing to include in our current bylaw to make sure that we're recovering costs associated with delivering these services that are directed to individual users as opposed to the broader tax base. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and our department heads are here as well if there's any specific questions regarding fees.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a couple of them. I wanted to start with the road closures. One's suggesting that a street party is $350 and yet a not-for-profit is $175. If we're strictly looking to defray our costs, then why is there a distinction in the two? They're both street parties. They both create the same amount of work for our staff. Why is there a difference in fee structure?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think part of the reason may be because of the nonprofit nature of the company, to give them a bit of a break, but I would refer that to our general manager to kind of provide some more update to that.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Warren stated it exactly. It's really, if we're really trying to recover the full cost, then the 350 is the number. But if we are trying to give a break in certain instances, then we thought that would be an appropriate way of dealing with that. But we're open to council's direction on that matter.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you for that. I just, generally speaking, when we get a request for a street party, it's a group of neighbors who want to have an opportunity to gather for an extended period of time on the street, and that's when we usually have that. It's not to raise to spend money, I guess is the best way of putting it, unless it was a street festival and you have vendors and that sort of thing. But I think in this case, the ones that we've had requests for have really just been neighbors looking to have a gathering and a potluck and that sort of thing. And it seems to me that 350 seems high for that, particularly when they're taxpayers and are already paying towards some of that. I realize that there's a benefit to that particular group of people, but I don't see the difference between the not-for-profit and a group of neighbors wanting to gather. So I'm happy to hear what my colleagues think as well. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? I think Councillor Roy DeClemente, in the past, we hear from those neighbors after we've issued a permit and come back to members of council and actually make a change in it to the better for them. And I suspect that that's what would happen in this case, that council would make the decision on whether it was to be reviewed or not. Mr. Molinari, was that the intent of that, or is it something that was just missed along the way?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, that we really saw there were two distinct areas that we may want to consider going forward, and one is a true reflection of the cost to the town for those providing that service. And instead of subsidizing, there's a subsidized approach, and then there's the non-subsidized approach. And I guess that's where we're leaving that into council's direction with regards to how you'd like to treat that.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
I think if you're just if you're going to charge people $350 and then give them the ability to come to council to ask to have that waived, you're basically making us be the party poopers, and that's no fun. So either we find a compromise, or we simply say that is the fee. If you want to have a street party, it's going to cost $350 to close the road, or maybe it's $200 flat fee for everybody involved, and we eat a little bit of it on behalf of the residents. But I'm not interested. I can't imagine a circumstance where if someone came to me and said, hey, we're trying to get together, or we're trying to do this or that, will you waive the fees? And I'm going to say, nope, you got to write us a check. I don't foresee myself doing that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Persichini, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think if we just cover our costs, that would make a lot of sense. As long as it doesn't cost us money, whatever all above board, whatever it costs us to get our staff to do whatever is necessary, we should just cover our costs. We don't need to make money on things like this, as Roy DeClemente said, that people pay taxes, and it'd be nice just to cover our costs. So I don't know. Does anybody know what our costs would be? I mean, I think you might have mentioned, what is our cost to do all this paperwork?
Mr. Molinari or
Madam.
Mr. Marshall? I'm not sure. I'll start with Mr. Molinari. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the costs are roughly $350. We have a staff member that goes out. We have to close the road. We have to put barricades up. We have to monitor, and then we have to take those barricades down. So there's delivery of materials. There's time for staff, and that's what goes into the price of that we've put in the bylaw. So I would say that the cost is $350. We're not making money on that. It's really just balancing that out. But again, we're happy to take direction from council on how you'd like to proceed.
I think we're not in business to lose money, so I'm happy for myself to 350 it is, to 350 it is. As simple as that.
Mr. Molinari, how many would we have in a year?
Through Madam Mayor, really just a handful. We're not talking about a lot, but there are some that that come in annually. And you know, I'd say we're, you know, I'd hate to give you an exact number, but it's a handful.
That would be 5 on my hand. Questions, comments? Are we recovering our costs? Are we open to suggestions if, as Councillor Roy DeClemente has indicated, it's a new neighborhood, they're trying to meet their neighbors, is 350 too much to do some community outreach? Councillor Foster, I think you had your hand up.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I can't help but wonder that these are mostly happening in areas where no one has a yard big enough to have such a party. Do we try to steer them towards our parks that are being built in the areas?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have not, but you know, I guess it's up to the people and the type of party that they'd like to have. So there is an option for the parks if they wanted to go that route, and there also is the option for the street party if they'd like to go that route. So it really is up to the individual to decide.
And is there a cost to staff if they're using the park exclusively?
Yes, that's Appendix 1, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
It's $175 for 12 hours of a picnic shelter.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I think that it's a good use of town resources for people who want to have these types of parties. I think we could maybe put a cap on, you know, it's once per year per street or something like that. But it, you know, using the parks is fantastic, except often people have to drive there. And, you know, now we're putting people on the road who might have had drinks, and I guess you can't drink in the parks, but we know that people do. So I think having a street party where everyone can walk and you know, enjoy the company of their neighbors. Councillor Foster's point about you know, people don't have backyards big enough in these new neighborhoods to have backyard parties. So I think this is a good use of town resources. It's great if we can recover our costs, but we don't always do that. We don't recover our costs when we have a town celebration. And these are you know, similar to that, but they're in neighborhoods. So I would like to see those fees waived.
Comments? I have a suggestion on the table right now. Go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Let's compromise on that. So instead of going from 0 or to 350, which is full cost recovery, what if we take the philosophy that we do in Parks and Recreation in general, which is that there is some element of cost recovery, but not 100% element of cost recovery, and let's just split the difference. That's how I might suggest it. I'll leave the amount to staff. The providing people with an opportunity or the option to permit out a park shelter is a really great suggestion as well. But you know, maybe it's $200. It sort of splits the difference. It's not full cost recovery, but it's some. It's still meaningful to the people who are having the party that they need to want this to have this happen and so on. But we do that same approach when we deal with Parks and Rec, that it's not 100% cost recovery. We like it to be, but it never is. So maybe this is sort of the same sort of thing. It's recreation.
I'm fine with that.
I put it under community development or you know, new neighbors, so to speak. Do I have a motion to that effect? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Mr. Molinari, does that make sense to you now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, absolutely. That works for us.
I think we are in the business of community building, and this is one of the areas that we can support that. Mr. Marshall.
Those are all the comments that I had for this report.
Thank you very much. So we've made a slight alteration. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead.
Sorry, I went through the whole chart. I had two others. They're probably a little faster than this one. One is under legal. It says amend site plan at an hourly rate, but it doesn't identify what that hourly rate is. I think we should probably be clearer about that. And similarly, under CIES, there's a couple of times where it says time and material. I totally get that material is just a flow through of the cost, but I think you need to set what that hourly rate of staff is going to be. Obviously, you're going to be indexing that with your rate of pay for your staff. So those are sort of two comments that I had. And then the last question I had related to development charge agreements. So under legal, it's $5,000, but under finance, it's $1,500. So if we're doing development charge agreements, does it cost $6,500 or does it cost, what is the actual amount? Are we blending those two, or are they two different procedures and additional charges? I'm just looking for some clarification, please and thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, they are two different types of agreements. The development charge agreement under legal is for our subdivisions, and when they're coming to pay and they get credits, those credit agreements are those ones that are undertaken by legal, and those are the ones that start at $5,000. The development charge agreement under finance is relatively new based on the legislation that has just been enacted. There are some developments that can pay over several years. And so, for example, purpose-built rental can pay their development charges over 20 years. So in order to do that, we have to enter into an agreement with them to administer that, and that's the $1,500 agreement. So they're two different agreements.
So it would be helpful to have it distinguished on the list, because right now they look like they're the identical thing.
Okay.
I think there's I think there may be a little design beside the one under finance, but it doesn't really clarify what it is. So if there's something to do with under Bill 108, development charge bill under Bill 108 or something to that effect, that would be helpful to those who are reviewing these to say, what am I in for when I apply to do something here? Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
That was enough, Madam Mayor. Sorry.
Could I have a mover and a seconder, please?
So I'm happy to move it as amended, just so that we've noted the change to the road closure and then the clarification of the hourly rate once it's been set by staff.
Do I have a seconder?
Thank you.
Councillor Crone. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Marshall?
So the next report, we have a brief presentation that supports it on our proposal for an amendment to our current development charge bylaw. So the clerk could put the presentation up. Yeah. Thanks. So we can go to the next slide. So our current bylaw that is in place right now, we started the process to create that back in June of 2018. And the costs associated with that were included in that background study and bylaw were based on 2018 estimates. So we went through and council approved the bylaw in 2019. And these bylaws by legislation have a 5-year time frame, so we wouldn't be due to amend or update our bylaw until May of 2024. So in our current bylaw, we have the costs associated with the construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza and associated park of about $40 million. We also included $1 million for land associated with the construction of a fire hall along Green Lane and in that Green Lane corridor. And we had included cost of construction of the fire hall of about $5 million. However, we put the construction timing just outside of the 10-year forecast, which means that the $5 million is not included in the calculation of the development charge, and which results in us not collecting any money for that eventual construction. So shortly after we approved the bylaw in 2019, the province started changing legislation associated with the Development Charges Act. And so there bills 108, 138, and 197 were enacted. And the last one took place it came into effect September of 2020. And it gave municipalities 2 years to get their bylaws in compliance with the revised legislation. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest, if not the biggest, cost that was included in our background study and bylaw was the cost to build the Health and Active Living Plaza. And as I mentioned before, the costs that were in the bylaw were based on 2018 estimates. So we hadn't started our detailed design, and we focused on just the construction of the building and the park. So subsequent to that, we've undertaken detailed design, and we've looked at other things that were required that are associated with the Health and Active Living Plaza, such as construction of a promenade that goes north-south in front of the building, and furnishing the facility with fixtures and equipment and other costs. And as well, COVID has happened and has impacted construction costs. So things like shortage of labor, some supply chain issues, the cost of materials escalating have all significantly impacted the estimated cost of construction. So our design consultant has estimated that costs of construction have increased based on COVID and market conditions. They've increased anywhere from 15 to 25%. So what you see here on this chart is our latest revised estimate of cost based on those market and COVID related impacts and the additional facilities that we've designed based on our latest design. And you'll see that there's about a $25 million difference between what we've included in the background study right now for construction versus what our revised estimate is. Next slide, please. So we had initially mentioned to council that we're planning on doing a full update to our current bylaw based on the completion of our official plan amendment and the updates to our master plans. But as we're planning to issue a tender for the construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza in early 2022, we're proposing now that we do a streamlined amendment to our development charge bylaw. And that amendment would focus on 3 areas. One is to include the updated costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza into the bylaw. The next one would be to move the construction timing of the fire hall into the 10-year planning horizon. So we're allowed to start collecting for the construction of that facility, and to make the legislative changes to the bylaw that is required by the Development Charges Act. So the 3 of the key areas that were impacted by the legislation is the elimination of the mandatory deduction. So many of our services, in accordance with the old legislation, required us to make a 10% contribution to growth-related costs. So a capital project that was 100% growth related could only be funded 90% through development charges. So that requirement is now eliminated, so we can update our bylaw accordingly. The revised Development Charge Act also eliminated some services from being able to be funded through development charges. And for the town, it's impacted our parking or municipal parking charge. So we have to remove that from our bylaw. And the final one is changes to payment timing. As mentioned, there's some developments that the timing of the payment has changed, so we can pay over several years. And the rate at which is in effect at the time of payment has changed. The only difference with this one is the legislation said that this one had to be implemented immediately. So we're now in compliance with that. So our practice is it reflects the change in the payment timing. However, our bylaw does not right now. So it would just be an update to our bylaw to reflect our practice. So we are not proposing any other changes to the bylaw at this time. So no changes to our planning projections or other capital costs. It would just be focused on these three areas. And if so, we've done some initial calculations based on those changes, and it's looking like the single family dwelling rate would increase by about 20% or plus or minus $7,000 per unit. I want to mention that the non-residential rate would only increase by about 5 to 7% because the areas that are impacted by this amendment are fully attributable to residential development, so it doesn't impact the non-residential charge. Next slide, please. So we have a good history with our development charge updates, that we include the development industry and get their input. That's vital to the success of the process. And we're going to continue this as well with our amendment here. So on Friday of this week, we have a meeting with the development industry, and we'll be tabling our proposed timeline and the amendment to the development industry at that time. The report that is on your agenda today is seeking council authorization to hold a public meeting on December 7th. And in order to meet the legislative requirements to hold that meeting on the 7th, we have to publish a notice of public meeting to the public on the 11th and have our background study available for view on the 18th. So as we go through this, we're proposing that we would have an amendment to table for council consideration and approval in January or February of 2022. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall, could we just go back to the slide with the estimates on the construction? Because it jumped out, as I'm sure it did to my colleagues, the increase of the revised estimate. That is a, rough math. That's more than a 50% increase in costs. How, I think you listed some things in your comments about what was driving up the price. I know lumber's gone up, but oof, that's a lot. Could you just touch on that again? What is driving the difference in the estimates there? Because that really jumped out at me.
It's sure, through you, Madam Mayor, I can start, and maybe General Manager Karmazin can add to my explanation. So there are a few pressures that have happened with the construction costs. So materials, for one, have increased. I don't know if you've seen like things like lumber and things like that have increased significantly over the past year. There's also been some problems with actually getting the materials and delivery. So there's been delays in delivery that have impacted the costs as well. I think as well, there's been some issues with getting labor to work on these things as well. So that's been driving up cost estimates as well. And I don't know if Mr. Karmazin wants to add any more to that explanation.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. We're seeing unprecedented inflationary pressures in the institutional, commercial, and industrial construction pricing. There's shortages of labor, supplies and materials, steel prices have we are at an unprecedented level. Manufacturing electrical components is again unprecedented pricing, and we're also seeing logistics issues with regards to delays in supplying materials. There is also a tremendous pent-up demand and a supply and demand issue. For the last 2 years, there's been no recreation centers built. So there's a general pent-up demand where a number of projects will be let out through the next year or two, and the sense is that that will aggravate those pressures even further with regards to a shortage of general contractors that will simply be able to perform the work. So that's what has led to this increase of anywhere between 15 to 25% based on supplies, materials, and labor. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
So, Madam Mayor, through you to Mr. Karmazin, thank you for that. Do you, and that makes total sense to me. Do you see this as something that's going to be a long-term structural increase, or is it you think it'll be a temporary, inflationary pressure that we're dealing with now? I guess my question is, are we buying while the market is high? Is there merit in saying maybe we need to push pause? And I hate to say it, do we push pause on this? But we're buying it when the market's at its peak price. So I'm just wondering if this is a temporary, or do you think these costs are here to stay?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's very difficult to assess where the market's going to end up, and it's our job as staff to report out what the market conditions are doing, and we do have mechanisms through the development charges bylaw to collect for that if we need to provide those services to the public during a specific time frame, and that's why Mr. Marshall's putting forward the report now at staff's recommendation to adjust the budget based on market conditions. And we've been watching these market conditions over the past year. And what we look at is our past procurement by other municipalities. In addition to that, we look at cost per square foot and different line items through the tendering process and the procurement process where we're seeing these sharp increases. And that's why we're informing council and making the recommendation to adjust the DC background study.
Okay, Madam Mayor, thank you through you to Mr. Karmazin. Thank you for that answer. So just by and large, we're looking for a 20% increase in our DC charges, if I have that correct. So, and those charges will ultimately be passed on to the homeowner at the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken. So this does impact the housing affordability in East Gwillimbury. I'm sure people will pay it because they're paying astronomical fees as it is today. But all right, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's it for me.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please. And then Councillor Foster.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall, I'm a little bit concerned about the impact of the Bill 108 component of this change, and the fact that the timing of the bill for DCs is at the time of submission and not permit issuance, and that the fees are frozen for 2 years. We've seen as we've just finished talking about some significant changes in the marketplace and in the shifts in the market with supply and demand. I'm worried about the impact of inflation and how we are protecting ourselves. So someone puts a site plan application in and then doesn't build for 8 years. How do we make sure that we're collecting the right amount for the services if we're amending our DC background study as often and as quickly and responsibly in order to respond to market conditions? How are we protecting ourselves?
So through you, Madam Mayor, there's a couple of things that we've done. One, the Act, although it froze the rates, it allowed municipalities to index the rate that is being imposed for 2 years. So, and then after 2 years, if they haven't pulled their permit, they come back in and we would have to recalculate the rate. So that exposure is only about 2 years, and we're allowed to index the charge that we're providing for those 2 years. So it doesn't stop us from a huge increase, but it does protect us on those inflationary increases.
Thank you. So when you say that it allows us to index it, does that mean that we can tie it to the rate of inflation? So for example, right now, the rate of inflation is currently at 4.5%. They put the application in last year, inflation has climbed, and so we can add 4.5% to their DC charges. Should they need to pay now? Is that how that works?
Yes. So through you, Madam Mayor. Yes. So we have indexed it. We've actually approved a rate of 5%. So we would index it by 5% per year.
And that's only for 2 years, and then it hits we hit the reset button afterwards.
Exactly.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Webster, you had a comment?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to provide another perspective on this, the COVID has certainly put us in unprecedented times, and it appears that the question asked to General Manager Karmazin, we're now heading into inflationary interest rate hikes. It's rarely been seen where you drive by car lots, and not only are not all the new car lots empty, the used car lot beside them is empty as well. The supply chain is broken currently, and it's impacting prices like we've never seen before. Again, I always like to deal with facts. We have 3,000 more building permits to issue under the current YDSS growth. That places $21 million at question here. That's really what we're doing here. And to my mind, a more relevant process, rather than looking at your DC bylaw every 5 years, which has been traditional, and your costs get stale, and you end up increasing the costs well after the fact of payments being made, as to Councillor Roy de Clemente's. My proposal to staff was, why do we not update our DC on an annual basis in conjunction with the budget? And what it allows you to do is exactly what we're doing today. We know that these costs are out of line. We can't go to the first 4,000 homes that have been built and say, oh, oops, we undercharged you for the help. And what we can do is charge the most factual number that we have moving forward. And that is the number today. If, in fact, by the time we go to tender, prices do adjust, we may have a refund mechanism that would be possible that we could look at if costs do come down. But at this point in time, one thing we know for sure is our estimates are now being needed to be updated. We'll have a better estimate once we go to tender and get the values in, and we'll actually have the best number possible when construction is substantially complete. And we've dealt with a pretty competent staff team here who has done a real terrific job of not burdening our existing taxpayer. We're trying to make sure that these growth-related facilities are fully paid from development charges and not taxes. And the proposal, though we don't like to see the numbers today, they're the best facts that we have, and we're putting them forward to council and suggesting that we move forward with an amendment in a timely manner.
Any other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any at this time. We have could I have a mover and a seconder for the presentation, please? Councillor Persicini and Councillor Morton.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just wanted to advise that the presentation and the report have been combined in one resolution, and I can put that onto the screen for you.
Thank you. Can everyone see that? Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. All in favor?
We don't actually, I haven't captured that.
Madam Mayor, I believe it was Councillor Persicini and Councillor
Morton. Yes, thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
So the only other thing that I wanted to just mention to council is that your budget binders have been produced and are ready for your review. I know you're all looking forward to that, but we are in the process of booking meetings to go over them with. Oh, there. So we'll be booking meetings with you over the next week or two, and our deliberations start on November 22nd.
Thank you very much. Any other business at this time? Seeing none, we will move along to item K, Parks, Recreation and Culture.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Just one prepared agenda item for today. This is a report that recommends continuing with some short-term lease arrangements at 19040 Leslie Street, the Judah Dome property, in support of a local business and our Chamber of Commerce. Be happy to answer any questions related to the report.
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe at the beginning of the meeting, Councillor Roy DeClemente had indicated that this would be a split vote with respect to the Align Health.
So we will we will vote on the resolution as presented to us without the Aligned Health, and then we will add it back in.
Through Madam Mayor, I have put the resolutions on the screen before you. The first portion of the resolution is specifically to deal with the receipt of the report to the lease extension for the Chamber of Commerce, as well as the current rent abatement being provided to EG Chamber of Commerce. The second portion of the resolution has been separated out in relation to Align Health.
Thank you. So we'll take the first part first. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? That's carried. And the second portion, which includes Align Health. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster. All those in favor? That's carried, and it is noted that Councillor Roy DeClemente declared an interest in that. Are there any other items for Community Parks and Recreation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, nothing further at this time. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Karmazin? Not seeing any, we'll move along Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services at this time.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have two reports on our section of the agenda today. The first one's actually a good news story with regards to an update on the community entry and gateway speed limit sign installation. So just really pleased to advise council that both these initiatives are well underway. The community entry signs are expected to be complete within the next week or two, and we're in the process of removing the old signs. Full completion is expected by the end of the month. With regards to the speed limit signs, most of the signs are in place now in Sharon, Mount Albert, and Holland Landing, and we're still doing some work in Queensville and River Drive Park. The whole project will be completed by the end of the year, and happy to answer any questions on that.
Thank you very much. Questions? I think the signs look terrific. They sure pop when you're driving by. Do a head turn a little bit to have a look, and was that what I really saw? They really look nice, and I know that there's a lot of comments about it as well out in the community. People now, I think, have a better identity of where they're living and are proud of it. I'm not seeing any other questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Crone, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
Our second report is with regards to a petition for drainage works under the Drainage Act. And, you know, in preparing this report, we tried to make this as simple as possible. There's a lot of moving parts in here, but I think you know, if we boil it down, there's really just a few items that we'd like to put in place and get across. First off, we're really pleased to advise that the immediate repairs to the dike that were at risk of failing have been completed, and there are no more immediate threats at this time. We do note, however, that new breaches can occur at any time, and that's really dependent on conditions out in the field, and we really, as a staff team, really want to be prepared if and when something like that happens again, or if there's another location where that may occur. And to that extent, in order for the town to be properly positioned, we really believe that, you know, that we should be looking at engaging and appointing a drainage engineer and a drainage superintendent. There are really tight timelines under the Act, and there really isn't enough time to be able to procure those services in a timely fashion and still be able to provide council and staff with the answers and information necessary in the event of another petition. So, you know, with regards to the two different positions, the drainage superintendent is very specialized and has expert knowledge of the Drainage Act, and it's very prescriptive requirements. So things that the drainage superintendent would do for us, he could meet with petitioners and be able to explain the process, which can be somewhat complicated, and their implications, and allow them to make good informed decisions based on that. They can provide assistance to staff and council, can research existing files on existing municipal drains, prepare action plans, and also have some really good connections with the OMAFRA on reviewing our existing drains and ensuring that we have those set up and that we're well positioned for those as well. A drainage engineer is required, as many of the drainage systems, including dike repairs, etc., is really requires expertise, specialized services. And once again, once a petition is received, there's not a lot of time to procure a drainage engineer and complete the necessary tasks to provide that information to council. So RJ Burnside performs these tasks for many municipalities and have some expert staff available to be able to provide those services for us as well, including one who actually had about 30 years with the MAFRA doing drainage, managing drainage files. There's also potential for about a 1/3 grant from OMAFRA to assist with securing some of the resources. So with regards to the petition at hand, the urgent repair has been completed. And what we're suggesting is that we reach out to the Holland Landing Growers Association and the benefiting property owners and enter into a mutual drainage agreement with them. It doesn't require necessarily the same requirements under the Drainage Act, and it may be a little bit simpler for us to come to our own terms and tailor it to the group a little bit more without being so prescriptive under that act. And that's what we're really looking to achieve as a next step. And rather than go out to that group before talking to council, we wanted to have this discussion with you in advance so that we're moving forward in a very comprehensive way. So I know that's a lot, but happy to answer any questions and provide some additional information if necessary.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work on this item. It certainly was a big deal during the summer. So glad to see that we are getting someone who has experience in drainage to advise us on this. So I'm happy to move receipt and the appointment bylaw. But the last recommendation to encourage landowners to withdraw their petition, I would like to see that come back to us after there's a conversation with the landowners and the Halton Marsh Growers Association, just to get a full understanding of what they want to do. If they want to withdraw their petition, that's great. I'm not sure that this recommendation is really necessary at this time, and not having the other side to understand from the Growers Association what exactly they want. So happy to approve the first two, and if we could just defer that last recommendation till after the conversation between staff and the Growers Association, I'd be happy to move those two. Thanks.
Questions, comments? Guess my question I'm not seeing any questions from council. I guess my question, Mr. Molinari, would be what repercussions do we have should we remove that third item on the resolution?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly, reach out to the Growers Association and the benefiting landowners and have that discussion and come back to council with some of those findings and how we move forward. So if the conversation goes well, which we hope it does, then it will probably end up right where the recommendation that we have before you is. If not, it may turn into something else, and we'll deal with that at that time.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, you're going to move that, is that correct? With that third gone. Okay. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Two things. One, I just would like a little bit more clarification on the difference between a drainage engineer and a drainage superintendent, because I would assume that the superintendent would also be an engineer, but if you could just clarify the distinction between the two roles. And secondly, I think we do want to make sure that we retain that third clause in some form, whether it's less prescriptive and more requesting of staff to meet with the landowners and report back with the goal that that's where we're headed. I think that's important to just give direction to what we would like to have happen next. But I just would like some clarification on the difference between the two roles, please, and thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, simply the drainage superintendent doesn't necessarily have to be an engineer. So it's just somebody who's got expert knowledge of the process at the Drainage Act, but they really, and actually in our case, who would be working with it, it'd be a couple of different people at RJ Burnside. So one of them, the person with the 30 years experience, he's experienced with OMAFR, but he doesn't have design experience. So he wouldn't be the one doing the actual dike repairs or doing designs and providing some input on that. Whereas the drainage engineer obviously has to be an expert professional engineer to be able to do that work.
Thank you. I feel like making a joke about drowning and being in over my head, but I'll leave that for another day and and just propose that we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Molinari, I'm listening to Councillor Roy DiClemente about the third point and how we can massage it to continue to have the intent in here without holding us, I think, to it at the end of the day. Just that the intent would be that we would, this is certainly our hope. Is there a possibility of rewording that to ensure that we don't lose that intent?
I believe so, Madam Mayor. I think if we start with in principle that that council's supportive of the approach and that we report back, I think that would capture the intent of what council was requesting. And if you would, I can work with the clerk to make sure that that is appropriately put in place.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I think Councillor Foster had a question.
Yes, I was just going to thank you. Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'm sure that Mr. Molinari and his group have been working probably with the advisement of the Holland Marsh Drainage Commission and the Growers Association. Mr. Molinari, do you expect that this is going to satisfy what they are likely to want? It seems straightforward to me.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I hope so. You know, like the main issue that we had was the repair and the urgent need to get that taken care of, and we've done that now. So the urgency towards the petition as originally submitted has been taken care of. So and I think that the approach that we're proposing is the most cost-effective and flexible approach that there is. So I believe that this one has the most, out of all of the options, this is the one that has the best chance of kind of getting through in the most friendly manner possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have this motion moved by Councillor Crothers. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Foster? Thank you. And everyone can see it before them. The changes, we've removed the last one in red and put in that council support the staff recommendation in principle and request to consult with the Holland Marsh Growers Association and benefiting local landowners to determine the requirements and report back. Councillor Foster?
We may want to add in there the Holland Marsh Drainage Commission, just so that they're both consulted.
Thank you. Mover and seconder okay with the what you see before you? All those in favor? And that's carried. I might suggest, Mr. Molinari, you know, the Drainage Commission, I was much more involved with it probably 2 terms ago, and it really is a learning curve. It's very different to most municipalities, certainly in York Region, but right across the province. And I'm wondering, from time to time, we do have workshops that we host on a variety of items, and I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to insert the Drainage Commission and really what this is all about with the polders, et cetera, to give everyone an understanding of how important this is to our farmers that are in the marsh.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. That could be something we could talk to RJ Burnside and see if we could put something together to kind of give an overview and where we're at and provide some assistance in that regard.
I think it's really important. I think that would work. Burnside may also be able to take a little look into the future because the climate change that we are seeing now is only going to get greater, and they may have the ability to see into the future where we don't. So I think that's important to have all members of council on side and understand exactly how important this is for East Gwillimbury. Councillor Foster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to mention, I think it was in this report, that there were some other drainage ditches and systems that were mentioned. There are 3 or 4 of them there that I have some limited familiarity with. And I know that there are some retired town employees around that may have some more information on those particular systems. So, Mr. Molinari, if you wanted to reach out to them, I could certainly help you do that.
That's much appreciated. Thank you.
And we've covered everything on that. Are there any other items, Mr. Molinari, that we should be aware of today?
Nothing further, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. With that, we will move to emergency and community safety services. We do not have any reports at this time, but I expect there's the chief.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, nothing on the agenda. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of the chief? I'm not seeing any at this time. I'm looking at the clock. I'm open to suggestions for a break. I don't believe that we can get this all done without a break at some point. Would you want to do the development services? We have.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that was already dealt with earlier following the deputation.
That's right. That's right. I haven't got. I'm using a paper copy as well. We're at O for legal and counsel support services. I'm not seeing any arguments with that, so I think we'll go in there. Thank you, Chief. Good to see you, and we'll move along to legal and counsel support services with Mr. Horner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one item on the agenda today. Just a memo about a proposed transfer of land. But basically, the town owns a small remnant parcel of land in Yonge Street, about this big, about a meter square. And the region has asked if they can have it to widen the road. And that's it in a nutshell, Madam Mayor.
And we're charging them for it.
No, we're proposing that this be a tit for tat freebie.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Horner?
I'll move it.
Thank you, Councillor Persicini. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Foster, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Nothing else on the agenda, Madam Mayor, but very happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Anything else for Mr. Horner? Not seeing anything. We'll move to administration and then we'll take our break.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And for the public record, I just wanted to provide a little update on 3 of our corporate services staff that have attained and did some notable achievements over the recent weeks. Meeta Gandhi, who's our relatively new Director of Communications, Customer Service, Diversity and Inclusion, was published in the most recent Municipal World article, and it profiled Meeta, it profiled East Gwillimbury, and it profiled her extensive background in diversity and inclusion. And it was a real great article, and I encourage all to reach out, and I just want to commend Meeta for that. Margot Begin, as Deputy Valchich mentioned last week, was recognized as one of EDCO's top economic development persons in Ontario, in the top 10. She was recognized a couple of times, but most recently Metroland picked it up as well. And so for the public record, we wanted to make sure Margot was acknowledged for her excellent leadership and efforts in that important agenda. And finally, and not last but not least, Mark Valchich, who's our Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, also in charge of our modernization and business transformation program. Mark spoke last week at the Ontario Municipal Administrators Annual Fall Symposium, and he provided a real profile for East Gwillimbury on our leading practices regarding modernization and how we've utilized the COVID times to actually ramp up and accelerate our Build Back Better program. So Mark did a presentation as well. Doug Natarozny, CAO of Aurora, was a co-presenter, and it was, in my opinion, one of the strongest sessions of the day, and it led to a lot of discussion and questions from other members of the association. So wanted to, for the record, Madam Mayor, to highlight these 3 accomplishments, and hopefully we'll have many more coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webster. Yes, applause for our 3 staff members. We know we have top-notch staff. We know that they are working very hard, and now people around the province know that as well. So congratulations to all 3 of you. We do appreciate the work that you do, and we sincerely congratulate you. Thank you very much. With that, I think at this point we will take a break. Might I suggest?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, there is a prepared motion for the staff acknowledgement, if you would mind just moving in.
I will do that. I move by Councillor Crone, Councillor Persichini, all those in favor, and that's carried. Thank you very much. We'll be back. 40 minutes enough for everyone. Be back at 1 o'clock. I'm seeing a nod. Okay, thank you, and we'll see you then. Thank you. Missing one person. And we left off.
Administration, item P2.
I'm sorry?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we are going to be dealing with administration, item P2.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Webster, I see you there. We're ready to go again.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for the short break to all. Our next update is a very important update. I'm going to ask for Deputy CAO Mark Valchich and for our Human Resources Director, Michelle Collette, to provide an overview of many of the elements of our Human Resources Program and updates for Council's consideration. And I will turn it over to the team now for the update. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. Madam Mayor, through you, I'll make a few introductory comments and then I will turn it over to Ms. Collette. As you know, our today's presentation relates to our compensation program. There's a couple of key elements to our compensation program at the town. One is our annual consideration of cost of living adjustments to our grids. And the other element is an exercise we go through every 3 years in accordance with council approved protocols and policies. And we call that our market review adjustment. So we do try and make sure that both of these are reasonable, are affordable, and are implemented in a way that allows us to attract and retain the very best staff to deliver the programs and services to our residents, our businesses, and to deal with our stakeholders. I do want to point out that we undertook one of these market reviews back in 2019. And we also contemplated a COLA adjustment as part of the 2021 budget process. Both of these initiatives were put on hold, and we believe appropriately so, due to the COVID pandemic and the state of emergency that the town was in. Since that time, recently the state of emergency has been lifted, and council did, to my recollection, council did suggest that implementation be considered once we sort of hit a milestone point in the recovery, and we believe that the lifting of the emergency warrants this to be back in front of you today and for your consideration in terms of the implementation plan that Ms. Collette is going to recommend to you and share with you. So with that, that's a little bit of background, and I will turn it over. And I also want to point out that both of the initiatives that are going to be discussed today in relation to compensation have been included in the council approved budget. So the provisions are in place for both of those. There's no budget ask in relation to these updates that you will receive today. And Mr. Marshall is also available to provide any clarification that you require in relation to costs or budget approvals that have been previously received by council. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Collette. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy CAO, and very good afternoon to you, Madam Mayor, members of council, the public, and of course, staff. We'll go to the next slide. We are very pleased to be here today, as the Deputy CAO said, to give you a human resource update. Our last update was in April, so it's very nice to be here today. And as you can see, the stage has been set for our agenda. We're going to talk about COLA, cost of living, market fairness, compensation review. We're going to give you an employee health and wellness update and some of our exciting HR initiatives. So we'll go to the next slide, please. So here on this slide is a comparator analysis with respect to cost of living. It's always important to complete a comparator analysis of our cost of living, and this slide depicts the comparator analysis as per the range within the region. So these ranges, as you can see, are regional ranges, including, of course, our N6 comparators. And you can see here it's per employee group. We have union, fire association, and non-union, and our percentages to date and some recommendations for the future. As we know, in EG, we are comprised of non-union staff and our fire association groups. As outlined in here, you can see the range. They've been implemented per groups. And now what we want to talk about today is we have yet to implement our 2021 COLA of 0.05. And as the Deputy CEO mentioned, it is in our approved budget for 2021. So we have had budget discussions. We will be having more budget discussions in 2020 for 2022 later this month. And you can see on the chart, we have a proposed 1.85% for that. So we'll go to the next slide, please. This slide outlines the 2021 COLA budget impacts and approved budget funding sources and the associated costs for each source. And you can see there's a total cost of $65,000. We have worked with the finance team to ensure all costs have been allocated to the appropriate funding sources and have been assured by finance that all these costs are included in the previous budget approval. As we see, we're recommending as an implementation of 0.05 for 2021 and make it effective January 1st of this year. We are recommending that is applied to our elected officials and all our non-union folks. Certainly, again, if you have any questions at this point or later in the presentation, I know Mr. Marshall, our GM of Finance and Corporate Services, is here to speak with us. So next slide, please. Now we'd like to talk about compensation fairness market review. We've conducted a review. Well, we do conduct reviews every 3 to 4 years, and we utilize a third-party consultant. We do this in order to review our internal and external compensation program and to ensure that we are internally equitable, meeting pay equity compliance, and remaining competitive to our comparable market, which is very important. This review is completed utilizing our approved job evaluation system. We did initiate a market review in 2019, and the implementation, as the Deputy CEO indicated, was delayed the past 2 years due to COVID pandemic. Although all funding adjustments have been approved in the 2020 budget. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention and update you on that. So next slide is the actual story of our market review. So this slide illustrates the process and the results. The review was completed in 2019, and the results were 6 salary bands requiring adjustment, impacting 74 of our 150 plus employees. Completing reviews every year ensures that we're meeting the compliance, remaining competitive. And what's interesting, the past review does demonstrate that not all bands required adjustments. Hence, it is the importance of conducting reviews on every 3 years or so to make sure we're competitive. We are recommending that January 1st, 2021, we implement the market review adjustments. And as indicated, the funding is currently allocated in the 2021 budget. I'll stop if there's any questions on that slide.
Questions of staff at this point? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead.
Thank you. Just so that I'm clear, the suggestion is that effective now, next pay period, that we would be implementing a 0.5% pay raise and implementing the raises for 74 of our employees and including back pay to January 1, 2021. Is that what we're proposing to do?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct. And we have a recommendation at the end of the presentation. Obviously, you'll be able to have a discussion about that. Maybe I'll go to the next slide so you can see the costing that is allocated in the budget. I'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So here's the budget funding that has been allocated in the budget. And this slide outlines the impacts of our approved budget, the total of $149,000. And again, we worked with finance to confirm all these numbers. And certainly if you have any questions, Warren is available. So I'll pause there if there are any other questions before I pass it to my team to discuss or share with you our exciting HR initiatives.
Any questions regarding this slide, the compensation? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I will pass over to Liz now, and she's going to share with you our employee health, safety, and wellness initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can just advance the slide. Great. Okay, so the first update we wanted to give you was on our WSIB Excellence Program. This is a membership program offered by the WSIB in coordination with various safety organizations. The program is meant to assist employers in developing a robust health and safety program while offering a rebate on our WSIB programs, which is around 1.4% per completed topic with up to 5 topics per year. We had originally delayed the registration due to COVID, but we have now registered and we are in the process of selecting our topics and work plan for the next 12 months. So that's that first update. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the town's My Stress tool. So along with our N6 partners, we launched the My Stress tool resource in October. My Stress tool is a mental health and wellness resource that's available to staff. It offers a number of different options, including a scientifically reliable stress assessment, podcasts, relaxation videos, yoga you can do sitting at your desk, expert Q&A. It also includes quick links to other mental health and wellness resources such as our EFAP, Work Health Life, LifeSpeak, and Sun Life. We do have a link to My Stress tool, which can be found on our town's LMS under Health, Safety, and Wellness. Next slide, please. And this last update I wanted to give was on the pedometer challenge. So we launched the first ever N6 Wellness Pedometer Challenge in September, as you're aware. Employees from all levels of the organization from each of the N6 municipalities took part in the challenge to see who could accumulate the greatest step average. Throughout the week, updates were released to staff, which included our position in the standings. We finished 4th. However, one of our employees came in 2nd overall for most steps with over 200,000 steps. The event was a success and saw positive engagement from employees, and the N6 are hoping to make this an annual event. I'm now going to pass it over to Erin to provide an update on a few more of our HR initiatives.
Thanks, Liz. The next few slides are meant to provide council with a quick update of just some of the exciting initiatives that HR is currently working on. Next slide, please. Thank you. So HR has been working very closely with Ray Rosala, who is a participant in the CAO internship program, to enhance both our performance management and our onboarding process. These are really key areas for the HR function that have a tremendous impact on an employee's experience, yet they were areas that were identified as opportunities for improvement. With regard to performance management, we've closely reviewed employee feedback gathered during our last employee survey and incorporated it into a new career development program. We heard from staff that they didn't just want to see the annual performance evaluation process revised, but were instead looking for a more comprehensive approach to performance management. We will be utilizing our existing technology, which is ADP, and move the career development program online. This will allow the process to be streamlined, to provide real-time updates to both the employee and supervisors, and we will believe that this will improve the entire performance management process for our employees. With regard to our onboarding program, we're really looking to modernize our current process. In the last few years, we've started to utilize an online learning management system for employee communication and some very specific training. And now we're working towards updating our employee orientations and moving them onto this learning management system. HR is currently in process of meeting with members of each department to review our current material and ensure that any important information that would be related to their business area is included in the orientation as well. And of course, one of the most important steps that we will be undertaking in the near future will be to survey some of our recently onboarded staff to provide, to get feedback from them and also to learn from their experiences and how we can improve our onboarding process. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the town has supported the United Way for many years through annual campaigns, and we're happy to share that we'll be running our 2021 campaign from November 12th to November 26th, with this year's campaign theme being equitable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. HR has partnered with our CPRC department to champion this year's campaign. As in previous years, the campaign will be running for 2 weeks, starting with the virtual kickoff at the town hall scheduled for November 12th, and we'll be wrapping up on November 26th with an exciting fitness challenge that our CPRC team has put together. More information about the campaign, as well as details regarding the fitness challenge, will be communicated to all staff in the coming days. So please stay tuned for more information on that. And at this point, I'm going to pass it over to HR Director Michelle Collette for any closing remarks.
Thank you very much, HR team. Great work. And Madam Mayor and members of council, I hope you found that informative and give you a glimpse of the work that we're doing in HR. Now happy to take any questions. And also we do have some recommendations that Madam Clerk could put up on the screen if we'd like to have that discussion.
Thank you very much. Questions of staff at this point? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to staff. Just so that I'm crystal clear, I think it was on slide 4, you're recommending a 0.5 point increase cost of living for elected officials and non-union employees. Just want to be clear on that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is our recommendation for council's consideration.
Okay. At the risk of alienating some of my colleagues, I'm not crazy about taking any sort of increase this term of council. It's not a huge dollar amount, I know, but I think symbolically I would have discomfort in accepting that. So I would be happy to remove that from the figures. I think it works out to about $8 a paycheck. It's really nominal, and that's before tax. So, and yeah, I'm just expressing my non-support. Happy to give it to the non-union employees, but for elected, I'm not comfortable with that. Thank you. I don't think we should take any increase, whatever, within our term. If we want to put it to the next term, that's a conversation for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The presentation was really great on explaining what some of the initiatives that the HR department is undertaking, and I really support all of those. Yes, there are some charts here that outline some increases that were budgeted for. There's a couple of bullet points at the bottom that say that there's a recommend to move forward with, but there's no justification as to why you're recommending that. So I'd like to better understand why you are recommending that we implement these, and at what point, and why retroactive to Jan 1, and when would that take effect? Please and thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, C.A. Webster, would you like me to tackle that first?
You're muted.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't mind speaking a little bit. I think it's a very important matter. Firstly, with respect to the cost of living adjustment applying at the beginning of this year, I think it's a fair and equitable practice. Typically in a more unionized environment, and we're fortunate we only have one union, and it's the firefighter union at this point, and they have a multi-year agreement. Typically there's labor discussions with unions, and then the non-union element and elected officials follow suit. And we think it's fair to our employees. There's a package. We're a good employer, and we want to stay a preferred employer. And both of these matters also relate to a labor market that's never been as tight now following COVID. We're seeing unprecedented measures. I heard a radio ad recently from the county of Simcoe, and typically as a government employer, you're not having radio ads seeking employees. And we've built a terrific team here. We want to treat people fairly, whether or not they're in a union or non-union environment. And equitable compensation is part of that. With regards to the market review, I have had discussions with my colleagues. We're not alone. There's a number of municipalities that were in the middle of market reviews, and they got set aside, and properly so, during COVID. The fact with ours is it was undertaken in 2019. It was ready for implementation, and we carried those funds in the 2020 budget. And if for lack of better, we're not suggesting we go back to January 1st, 2020. We think that it would be a large reach, but we are suggesting that going back to the beginning of this calendar year would be a fair and equitable position for the 74 employees, which represents approximately half of our labor force. And we do have virtual town halls with our employees, and I made it clear that I was going to go to bat following COVID, following the emergency measures had been removed, to try to go to bat and get the COLA and market review measures implemented. And that's as CAO, part of what I think my mandate is to make sure that our employees are fairly treated from all aspects. I would turn it over to Deputy Valchich, who might be able to provide some other perspectives if needed, as he's had a lot of different experience in larger and smaller organizations. So Deputy Valchich, I'm not sure if you wanted to assist in why we are recommending that both measures be implemented at the beginning of this calendar year.
Thank you, Mr. Webster. I would pretty much echo what CAO Webster indicated. I think that although had it not been for the pandemic, certainly the budget approval was sought in 2019. The review was undertaken in 2019, but at the administrative level, we felt that it was not appropriate for us to, even suggest this go back to January 1st, 2020, which would have been the original plan coming out of the market review. And so it was simply trying to show some appreciation for the period that we've been in for the last 18 months, and at the same time balance that off with, what do we think is fair and reasonable, and recognizing the hardworking staff that are, quite frankly, doing an outstanding job, to continue to deliver low-cost programs and services to the residents of VG. So that's it's probably, there's no more science to the date than that, and the date can be whatever council chooses it to be, but that's the date that staff have recommended.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Morton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to agree with Councillor Crone, because there's a lot more members that have worked so hard over the last little while that deserve the increase in everything than what I do. So as I said, I am supporting Scott on this.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. The initiatives from HR are just absolutely incredible, and it's what our employees deserve. So thank you for that. Wellness and mental health are becoming increasingly more important, and any effort that we can put forward to help our employees is really well worth it. And, to that end, a 0.5% increase for employees who worked so hard over COVID, making it retroactive to January, I have absolutely no problem with that. We want to be competitive. We want to be a preferred employer. We want to attract the best people. And, if a small amount like that's going to make a difference, then I'm all for it. Also agree with Councillor Crone. I've been an elected official for 20 years now, I guess, and it's always awkward when you have to vote on your own raise. I like the idea of being tied to inflation. Just take it out of our hands. It's whatever inflation is, and make it at the beginning of our term. And I would love to see that just automatically going forward. I think legislation says we still need to vote on it, but if staff could bring it forward at some point that it would take place at the beginning of the next term and then make a note to bring it forward at the end of next term for the following term. It's a small amount. I don't think we're going to, make someone want to be a counselor or not want to be a counselor for, I did a quick calculation. It's not a lot of money. But I think that if we don't keep up with inflation, we end up somewhere down the road where we need to adjust our salaries and it becomes awkward. So I think just keeping it in line with inflation, but not taking effect until next term, I think is a wise move by council. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Councillor Persicini, go ahead, please.
First of all, great presentation, well deserved to our employees. Congratulations to the staff and whoever had to do it. And I also don't like to have a pay raise, so I think it's only fair that the people who were out there in the field, that they work very hard. And I agree with Mr. Webster that he promised, and I think it's good when the head of our operation knows that they can count on our staff. So I also agree with everyone else, my colleague. I don't need a raise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments, questions, concerns? I'm not seeing any at this time. Go ahead, please.
So at this time, I believe, Madam Mayor, that we would be bringing the resolution forward that the clerk has crafted. We may wish to separate the council compensation component, given some of the comments. And in the first one, I'll ask the clerk maybe to do that so that it can be separately voted on if that's the direction of council with respect to the 0.5% COLA adjustment for 2021 fiscal year. She has struck it at this time. I don't know if it's appropriate to strike it or if it's appropriate to leave it in and have it separated as a part A and B.
My feeling would be to leave it in and separate it as an A and B, and that way then our residents know where we stood with it, not that it just didn't appear.
I think, Madam Clerk, if I may, after the word, if you could, I don't know if you're allowed to change where you have the red, if you just put for and then you put A, elected officials, and B, all town staff, that would allow it to be separated and voted on separately.
Through you, Madam Mayor, is it the intent of council to perhaps have a separate motion on the elected official? Because perhaps what we can do is simply deal with the elected official as a separate motion, and then I can completely remove this section out and have council vote on these two categories and rewrite the other section pertaining to council.
I'm seeing nods of heads, so I expect that that's what the intent is.
Okay, so the motion that's prepared in front of council for your consideration simply pertains to the receipt of the human resources update, approval of the COLA for all staff, excluding unionized staff and contracts of 0.5%, with the implementation taking effect January 1st, 2021. And subsequent to that, that the results of the 2019 market compensation review be implemented for the 6 bands and 74 employees that were affected, again, retroactive to January 1st, 2021.
And I believe that elected officials, a third, I think that's what I heard, that individuals wanted to have one that was elected officials.
So through my mayor, the second portion is focusing on simply on the elected officials.
Thank you. We'll start with the first one for staff. Could I have a mover and a second? Questions? Councillor Crothers, did you have a question?
Just moving it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, are you moving this or a question?
I have a question. Thank you. Before I vote on this.
Okay.
Just looking to get some information from staff on the number of positions that we were unable to attract and the level of retention of our current employees.
Thank you. I'm just not seeing Mr. Webster, who could answer that for us, please?
That's a big question and it's a large answer, but I can let you know that at times we're still trying to recruit for a solicitor, and that job's been upgraded to an assistant solicitor, and it's seeing pressures there. The attraction and retention of employees is key, and as I said, it's a package, and I don't know if we can put a number on recruitments that have not worked. I think, again, we're trying to be a solid employer that fairly compensates our employees, and fair to us is taking a look at our comparators, keeping our wages at levels that are comparable, not in excess, but comparable to our comparator market. Not necessarily not answering the question, but when I started here, we did a market review, the very first market review the town undertook, and we were 10% below market. And this is back when we had a much smaller budget. And there's a few members of council that still are on council that remember the grief that caused in trying to implement it over many, many years. We have the lowest tax rate in York Region. We're proud of our programs and services. We're proud of our staff team. And if council wants a detailed follow-up on the specifics of that question, I think it's something that we would have to provide through in an offline discussion or in a follow-up report.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't disagree whatsoever with anything that Mr. Webster has said. However, I think that it is an important key performance indicator when we are talking about compensation that we have a good overall understanding of what our employee retention rate is. What is our churn rate? It doesn't necessarily have to relate to one individual position or another, although we are a relatively slim and mean organization. From a staffing perspective, it does obviously skew one way or the other if a position goes unfilled. However, we talk about wanting to attract and retain the best people. I think we have, and I think we are. But when it comes to key performance indicators, those sorts of statistics are important for us as we start to make these sorts of decisions. Thank you.
Ms. Collette, could you answer these questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just checking the stats, we've had 13 folks leave us so far this year, just if that helps with some perspective, but very happy to provide more stats to yourself and members of council, but 13 to date. And recently this week we had someone leave that we haven't announced yet. So I assure you it is there is a war on talent out there, and it is some of the reading that I've been doing recently is it is definitely an employees market that we're facing right now. So that's why we wanted to bring this important matter in front of council today. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. I do not have a seconder at this point for this resolution. Councillor Persicini has seconded the motion. I will, can everyone see it well, or should I read it? Should I read it, or we're all good? Okay, that's fine then. So I have this motion moved by Councillor Crothers and seconded by Councillor Persicini. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The second one is regarding cost of living adjustment COLA for elected officials, and that's a 0.5. And do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, I have a seconder. Come on, somebody. Councillor Crone. All those in favor?
I'd like a recorded vote, please, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just bear with me for a moment. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you have requested for a recorded vote. How do you vote?
No.
Councillor Persicini, how do you vote? Councillor Persicini.
No.
Councillor Morton, how do you vote?
You're muted, Councillor Morton.
Sorry, no.
Paxton, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Foster, how do you vote?
No.
Councillor Crone, how do you vote?
No.
Brothers, how do you vote?
No.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, the motion's been defeated.
Thank you. Mr. Webster, did we have anything else at this time?
I just wanted to be clear, Madam Mayor, with the first motion was both the COLA motion and the market review motion voted on. Is that what I understand?
That's
to be
correct.
And we
Yes.
separated the council. That is the full update and receipt of the HR update as well as with regards to this.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Have a motion at this time for item 2.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the administration section of
Okay.
today's.
Done it. Okay, very good. Very good. Okay. So we're at item Q, correspondence for consideration, and this is regarding the Regional Municipality Comprehensive Review. I'm seeing Mr. Maggot there. Is that who is going to deal with this one? Nope. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this item is in relation to the 14 submissions that we've received regarding the Regional Municipal Comprehensive Review. And we had 2 deputants that spoke in relation to the submissions earlier in the morning.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? I'm not seeing a mover or second.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe if you can give us one moment, I do see some hands and your computer screen may have been frozen. Just bear with us for a second.
Okay.
There, I think you should be able to see.
There. The people are moving now. Very good.
And I believe CAO Webster had his hand up, so.
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
I think that this, we're a little light on this being referred to staff. I think this is important correspondence. It's important input. We still are in the information gathering and consultation stage. So I think that the correspondence should be referred to development services staff for consideration in the town's municipal comprehensive review and official plan update. I think that would be a more fulsome resolution for council to adopt.
I have a mover and a seconder. We'll see if that would work for people. Councillor Crone, moving it. Councillor Crothers, second. Questions, comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 2 is correspondence from the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury, dated September 15th, 2021, and King Township, dated October 19th, 2021, regarding the Holland Marsh Polder Phosphorus Recycling Facility. Questions, comments? I'm not seeing any. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Crone, all those in favor? That's carried. Councillor Roddy Clemente, did you have a question or was that a vote? It was a vote. Thank you. You were fast on the draw there. I wasn't sure whether you were ahead of us. Thank you. Item number 3 is correspondence from our Lutchman, dated October 18th, regarding speed limit on Mount Albert Road. Councillor Roddy Clemente, go ahead, please.
I did have a comment about this one, Madam Mayor. Just a bit of context. This resident reached out to me by email, having noted our recent road safety initiatives for our residential roads, and requested some consideration with respect to Mount Albert Road in the village of Sharon. I let him know that this was a long-standing request, that his was not the first one that we had received, and in fact it dates back to 2012, when York Region actually increased the speed limit from 50 to 60 along Leslie Street, along Mount Albert Road from Leslie to just close to Woodbine. So at the time, our council passed a resolution, it was 2012-468, and asked York Region to reconsider increasing the speed limit, and they did not. And so I committed to this resident that I would once again bring this forward and ask for council support to direct staff to reiterate our position of 2012, which was that we would like the speed limit lowered on Mount Albert Road, given that it is a residential street with significant pedestrian traffic, our sports complex and our post office, as well as some neighborhood retail, are all located along that, as well as a number of residential driveways. So that we would ask staff to work with their colleagues at York Region to address this matter, and that we request that the speed limit be lowered again. That's the context. Thank you.
Questions, comments? We have a motion in front of us. Oh, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I am just going to bring forward the revised motion in accordance with Councillor Roddy Clemente's recommendation.
Thank you. Everyone can read it. Councillor Roddy Clemente, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that the Region of York, in their decision to increase the speed limit, dates back to 2012. I don't want it to appear that it's a current decision that York Region has made. This is, I believe, 2 councils ago. But just that we reiterate our position of 2012 and request that York Region lower the speed limit on from Leslie to Woodbine from 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. I don't think we need the second. I think it just makes it more confusing to have that other clause in there, but obviously it's up to the rest of us as council. Thanks.
I agree. I think the first one should do it. Most important part is that it's lowering it from one speed to another, and that be very clear of what we're asking.
I'm wondering if it would be helpful if we referred the correspondence to staff to work with York Region to address the matter. Would that be helpful at this point? Or just echo? Okay, so let's do that as well then, Madam Clerk, if you don't mind. That the correspondence be referred to staff to work with York Region to address this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and you're moving that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Persicini.
Can we just add in Mount Albert Road? It says from Leslie to Woodbine. We just need Mount Albert Road. Thanks.
There. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just going to copy and paste it.
It, on Mount Albert Road from Leslie Street to Woodbine from 60 to 50. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any other business in open session at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that concludes the prepared correspondences on the agenda. The next item is our closed session.
Thank you very much. Item R, to proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council, a personnel matter about an identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, personnel matter and council appointed committees for resignation and appointment updates, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before an administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis production facilities. Be it resolved that council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 1:47 to deal with the following matters: personal matter about an identifiable individuals, Municipal Act Section 2392B, personnel matter and council appointed committees, resignation and appointment updates, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, Municipal Act Section 2392E, cannabis production facilities. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Morton, Councillor Persicini, all those in favor? And that's carried.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if you can just give us a couple of seconds to transition to a secure closed meeting.
Thank you very much. I would like to rise and report from closed meeting of Municipal Council. Be it resolved that Council rise and report from a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 2:42 p.m. that Council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of Municipal Council held on November 2nd, 2021. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councilor Persuccini, Councilor Roy DiClemente, all those in favor? And that's carried. We have no resolutions at this time. We have 2 bylaws.
3, Madam Mayor. There are 4 additional bylaws that came out of closed session. It's bylaws 95, 96, 73, and 97 in relation to the advisory committees and working group appointments and resignations.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Foster, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Under other business, we have a council education workshop booked for November the 9th. It has been canceled. So take it out of your books. I don't want to see anybody sitting by themselves and nobody comes. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but there's a day. We're down to, could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please, Councillor Foster? Nope. You want to speak to it? Councillor Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I don't want to open up a hornet's nest, although I guess I do because I'm bringing this up. I should have brought this up earlier. I was hoping someone else would maybe speak to this, but we kind of glazed over it very quickly. I want to go back to item Q1 and talk a little bit about our Bradford bypass again. You know, we're all interested in the health of Lake Simcoe, and we're all interested in the preservation of the historical lower landing that's right where that highway is going to go through. During the presentation by the ministry a couple of months ago, I asked questions about that and didn't really get any answers, although it came out in a newspaper article afterwards that there were going to be some archaeological studies. I haven't heard any more about that. We have municipalities all around us asking very difficult questions about this highway going through the marsh and the health of Lake Simcoe. I think the town of East Gwillimbury, since it's going through our municipality, I think we better start asking some difficult questions also. You know, I can't help but think that if council and senior staff read all the information that was in there about the history of the area of the lower landing and the upper landing and Soldiers Bay, you know, and senior staff for that matter, how can we not have questions about what's going on? I think it's time that maybe we put something together, and I'm looking for some help here on how we move forward, Madam Mayor or the CAO or whoever. I think it's about time that again, for lack of a better term, I think we need to light a fire under our MPP's office and the provincial government and get some answers about, are they going to do a proper environmental assessment? Are they going to look at the archaeological merits of this area? And if not, what are their excuses for not doing that? I think the more and more I read about this, the more concerned I become. I've always been concerned about it, but the more concerned I become. There is a pile of good history there, and I think it's important that we look at it, and especially the fact that, you know, it's going through our municipality. We should be the one asking some questions.
I feel a motion coming on. Are you making a motion?
Again, I'm looking for some guidance here. I think we need to step up and you know, although again, we support an east-west bypass. I mean, we know that that's important wherever it might be. It's just the more that this one sits in the back of my mind and the more I read about it, the more concerned I become. And we're just not getting any answers. I think we need to push the envelope a little bit here.
Thank you. Councillor Morton, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to agree with Terry on this. We've talked about it a number of times. And I know that I was involved in some of this a few years ago. And Terry, if there's anything I can do to help you, I'm there for you. So I do agree with everything he said. I think that we have to start standing up for ourselves and going ahead to save what we need to save.
I look at this road as being very much needed, but it is going right through our community, and I agree with you 100% that we need to be talking about the important things for us that need to be dealt with. Mr. Webster, you've heard this discussion. What can we count on from a staff perspective?
I think it can be referred to staff and we could do a status update the best we can. I can let the councillor know, and for those that have been up the 400 corridor recently, I don't know how valid an EA is going to be when they already have future location of the highway signs up. So seems like the location is more or less marked, but if council does have some questions, I think they can be referred to the project team there. And from my perspective, our first phase of growth, it coincided with the extension of the Highway 404. And that worked out well for our community as it would have overwhelmed us. And I'm certainly hopeful that if and when the Upper York does get approved, it would certainly be hand in hand with some sort of alternative infrastructure for roads, other than just continuing to use our community as a bypass for Simcoe County. So let's refer it to Mr. Molinari's group and to our development services group. It's a key part of our municipal comprehensive review. So that road is shown in concept in there. So I think there's an opportunity to table some questions to the provincial government and the project team, and to see if we can get some better answers for our elected officials and, importantly, our residents.
Thank you. Councillor Foster first, then Councillor Crothers.
And thank you, Mayor and Mr. Webster. Again, I think we need to really push the fact that we understand how important the highway is, or how important an east-west bypass is. But I think we need to let them know that we're not willing hosts to just move in and start bulldozing wetlands and very, very significant historical areas. And again, if you haven't read what was in the agenda, have a look at it. You can easily put together a little bit of a timeline to see how important that area is. And I say area because I'm not sure that, just saying lot 118 is the only place the lower landing was. I believe it was the hub, but it was used all the way down to Soldiers Bay, and then again further south of that into the upper landing, which is very close to where I'm sitting now. So I hate to see us just sit back and kind of take whatever's coming to us without having a little bit of say in it.
I see everyone feeling the same way, the nods, etc. I think I've got people speak. Go ahead, Councillor Crone, and then Councillor Crothers.
I think Councillor Crothers was.
I've already. Go ahead.
All right. Briefly, I think what I'm hearing here today is there's a hunger for some more information, and perhaps it would be, we had the ministry, the MTO here spoke to us, I don't know, a few months ago. Maybe we invite them back and have another go at them and see what they can tell us. Just a suggestion.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. I'm not sure that anything has changed since the last time they were there, other than starting to hit the media, and we're seeing some of the pushback. So I think that when we see that, we end up having more questions, and it's important that we get those questions answered. And to Councillor Foster's point, we did ask questions that we were expecting a response back. So reaching out to them to get that, I am in full support, and I think that bringing forward a resolution at some point in time, talking about supporting all the necessary environmental and historic due diligence around this project coming from our council would be important. I think we just want to be careful that we're not asking to duplicate the EA that's already in place. If we have specific issues with the EA that they're basing this on, then we need to bring that up. As Mr. Webster said, this is so important to our communities. What we're seeing, the congestion within our community, this project is important. I think that's why we've been very supportive of it. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to see that environmental due diligence and to Councillor Foster's point, the historic due diligence as well. So I think that a motion coming forward from council to that effect at maybe perhaps our next meeting would be welcomed.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, if you're interested, it sounds like very much so, to put together a motion. I'd be certainly pleased to work with you and with staff to make sure we check all the boxes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure that I don't think the clerk has anything written up just yet, but yeah, certainly within the, maybe our next meeting or something along that line. I think we need to put something together.
I agree, and in all fairness, this road impacts us more than any other municipality. I realize that Bradford has the western part of it, but we have the eastern part of it. And there's a lot of questions about archaeology, but there are some other questions as well on roads that are going to be continued, or there's going to be an exit or an entrance on some of our roads to join this particular road. Those are the kinds of answers I think we can put together quite a nice request and have those that are making the decisions come forward and start to talk to us about a number of things that are happening in our community because of the road. Not that we don't want it, we just want to do it the right way. Okay. I'm just wondering how, Madam Clerk, how you have captured this discussion in our minutes at this point. All I can hear is our little fingers.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what I have done is just capture one of the intent that was very clear, which was for staff to provide further information with respect to the status of the Bradford bypass environmental and archaeological assessments. Now, through you, Madam Mayor, CAO Webster had indicated earlier that it would be combined with the resolution that was passed by council earlier to refer the matter to staff to do a consolidated response back, but this could form part of that. So what I will be putting forward is this resolution based off of the discussion that just took place now.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Foster. Appreciate your discussion, and it will make a difference. We'll start on it right now, starting today. We're looking for some very specific things to take place as we partner with the provincial government to build this highway. Thank you very much. I did mention that the November 9th Council Education Workshop is canceled, and could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Persicini, Councillor Foster, all those in favor? That's carried. Confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor Morton, seconded by Councillor Crone. Any questions? All those in favor? And an adjournment at 2:56. Moved by Councillor Crothers, seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. We did a lot of work today. Thanks for everyone's cooperation and help. It was a good day. I guess we should have broken a little earlier, but we covered a lot of miles today. So thank you very much. Keep well, and we'll see you next week if I don't see you before. Thank you.
Take care.